Right, afternoon everybody, welcome back to Heavy Woollen Planning. Fair bit to get through today, 23 speakers I think we've got, so we'll make a start. If I can just remind you to put phones on silent or switch them off. Membership of the committee, I think we've got a few missing today.
Chair, we've got apologies from Councillor Taylor and Councillor Pervez. Councillor Dodd and Councillor Loon are currently on maternity leave, so Councillor Stockwell will be joining the meeting as a substitute, but that'll be at approximately 2 o'clock. He's at Kirklees Active Leisure Board at the moment. Right, thanks, Henry. Item 2, minutes of the previous meeting. Now, this is a long time since. It's in February. Can anybody move them and second them?
I'll move it.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Right, now then, this will take some doing. Item 3, interests and lobbying. I'll start off, as I see it on my screen, with Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Chair. Item 7, 8, 11, 12, 13 and 14.
Councillor Akhtar. Huddersfield, Colin Batley. Come in, Councillor Akhtar.
It's 7, 18, 14.
Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Chair. 8, 10, 11 and 12. No action taken.
Councillor Goodwin.
Items 7, 8 and 12.
Councillor Granger Mead.
Items 7, 8, 11, 12 and 13 and no
Can
action
you
taken.
put your mic down, please, Councillor Granger Mead? Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Item number 7, 8, 11, 12 and 13 and no action taken.
Councillor Turner.
Chair, page 11, page 47, 107 and 121, nil advice given.
Thanks, Graham. Councillor Pinnock.
Thanks, Chair. Items 7, 12 and 13, and I don't think I've had any others, but I can't check my my emails at the moment, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Andrew. Right, here again there. Page 11, 47, 63, 89, 107, 121, 141 and 159.
House.
Yeah, indeed. Right, item 4, this is a meeting done in public and we're on YouTube. Item 5, any public questions?
No, there aren't.
Thank you. Item 6, deputations and petitions.
There's none to take, Chair.
Thank you. Right. Item 7, this is page 11 and it's Greenacre Close at Emley.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Sarah Longbottom, a Deputy Team Leader in Development Management, and I'll be presenting the applications to you today. This is an application for outline planning permission for residential development, with all matters reserved other than access. The application site is located between the residential streets of Wentworth Drive to the west and Greenacres Close to the east. The site is 1.18 hectares in size, is relatively flat and slightly elevated above the surrounding area. A cricket ground and football ground are located to the north, and these are designated as urban green space on the local plan. Emley Millennium Green is located to the south and is mostly within the green belt. This can be seen on the slide here. 2 public rights of way cross the site, as shown in purple on the slide. The site was provisional open land on the UDP, but since the adoption of the local plan in February 2019, it has been allocated for housing with an indicative capacity of 44 dwellings. The site is a grassed greenfield site and currently has no buildings on it. The site is not in a conservation area and there are no listed buildings immediately adjacent. There are no TPO protected trees within or adjacent to the site. However, there are trees and shrubs around its edges. This is a view looking northwards across the site, and the cricket ground is over to the right. This is an old internet image on the top left of the terminus of Wentworth Drive at the west end of the application site, and the other image is a more recent reverse view showing the corner of the application site through which vehicular access would be provided from Wentworth Drive. And with these images, the first image to the top left shows a continuation of the public right-of-way northwards out of the site. Again, the cricket ground is on the right. And the other image is of the gates at the terminus of Greenacres Close that provide access to the site and the Millennium Green. This plan illustrates the applicant's access points plan, showing the new vehicular access proposed off Wentworth Drive to the west. If I just highlight that here. And the retained existing access points, which are identified here around the site. This plan illustrates how a residential development could be accommodated on the site. Of note, this plan is indicative and would not be approved if the council grants outline planning permission. And finally, this plan illustrates the improvements proposed by the applicant to the public right-of-way north of the application site. This application is essentially a resubmission of an application seen by the committee last year when vehicular access was proposed from Greenacres Close and Warburton to the east. Outline planning permission was refused on highway safety grounds and a subsequent appeal was dismissed. Having established that a strip of land at Wentworth Drive is in fact adopted highway, the applicant now proposes to provide vehicular access from the west, which is preferable. However, the majority of representations made in response to the council's consultation have raised concerns regarding highway safety and congestion, with many residents raising concerns regarding additional traffic at the Wentworth Drive, Beaumont Street junction. Regarding additional vehicle movements, the applicant's predictions, when adjusted in accordance with officer advice, would not result in significant amounts of additional traffic in the AM and PM peaks that would severely affect the local road network or adversely affect highway safety. Although not required to, the applicant has provided a transport statement as well as a capacity assessment of the Wentworth Drive, Beaumont Street junction, which demonstrates that the junction is operating well within capacity. Officers also note that adequate sightlines can be achieved at that junction. In terms of drainage, as set out in the update, the amended flood risk assessment, revision D, referred to at paragraph 5.2 of the committee report, now includes details of the infiltration testing undertaken on site as requested by the lead local flood authority. The FRA confirms that the site may be suitable for soakaways as a means of surface water disposal. As soakaways have a bearing on site layout, discussion of a drainage strategy for the site will need to take place with officers when further design work is carried out. An earlier objection from Sport England has been resolved. Other planning matters are considered in detail in the committee report. 227 representations were received in response to the council's consultation, and these are summarised in the report. Councillor Simpson, Councillor Turner, Mark Eastwood MP and Denbydale Parish Council have also raised objections. One further additional representation is reported and addressed in the update. It is, however, considered that the proposed development is acceptable in planning terms at this outline stage and that other matters would be addressed at reserved matters stage or via conditions or a Section 106 agreement. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Sarah. Just before I go on to speakers, Sandra.
Yes, please. I just wanted to mention about other councillors being invited to join this meeting. So if I could just say for anybody that's watching, in the interest of transparency and protection of the integrity of the planning process, members who are not on the committee but have indicated that they wish to observe the meeting have been invited to join on Teams. And at today's meeting, Councillor Lowe is observing and indicated that she wishes to speak on items 9 and items 15. Councillor Lowe will be invited by the Chair to speak for 5 minutes as per the normal protocol and will not participate in any other way in the meeting unless invited to do so by the Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Sandra. Graham?
I'd just like a quick clarification from officers before we move on to public representations. Is when this application came in last time, we were told that the access off Wentworth was owned by 3 parties. At what point did we find out it was highways, and how did that come about? It just seems a strange turn of events without I can't find an explanation in the documents. I just wondered if if that could be explained, please.
Sarah?
Sorry, Chair. After the dismissal of the previous appeal, the applicant did do some research, and the case officer, Victor Grayson, can elaborate further if that would be preferable. Councillor.
Yeah, then we know where we are before we start with speakers.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Victor Grayson, Development Management Master Planner in the Majors team and the case officer for this application. Yes, it was. It did come a little bit of a surprise to us officers when the applicants approached us after the appeal was dismissed and said and advised us that they've done some more research and established, in their view, that the what they previously described as a ransom strip was actually adopted highway, still in the ownership of 3 different parties, but its status was as adopted highway. And then there followed a series of meetings with colleagues from various highways departments who dug out the records. It wasn't a matter of just checking on an online map or anything as to what was adopted and what wasn't. There was a fair bit of research that had to be done, and old paper records of adoption at the end of Wentworth Drive had to be referred to. And colleagues in highways confirmed, yes, this previously described as land previously described as a ransom strip is in fact adopted highway, and therefore the applicants could then bring forward a proposal to take vehicular access over that land. As I said, it is still in 3 different ownerships, and the applicant has served the required legal notice on those 3 parties. We haven't received any representations from those 3 parties in relation to this application, and therefore our view, officers' view, is that yes, vehicular access can be provided from the west end of the site. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Victor. Right. First one to call is Guy Loveridge. Guy, you've got 3 minutes and it starts now.
Thank you.
We can't hear you, Guy.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. Got 3 minutes starting now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Guy Loveridge. I live on Warburton in Emley. I've lived here for over 20 years. My issues are around generally the lack of consultation on what is realistically a new application. The access is the key issue here. It's totally different, and the junction at the end of Wentworth Drive and Beaumont Street, we know, is, despite what we've heard already, a contentious one. It's busy. As I say, I've lived here 20 years. I've had children for 18, and 5 children have been hit in school time by vehicles moving through Emley with the current traffic flow we have. I spent 10 of my years as a governor of the village school, 4.5 of those as chair of governors. There's a chronic lack of off-road parking on Beaumont Street and Upper Lane. People just can't get their vehicles off the road because of the nature of the village. It's an old village. People didn't have drives and garages back when Emley was built. The village infrastructure, in essence, cannot cope with this explosion of population. The village school couldn't cope. I don't believe the water and sewerage reports indicate that it would fully cope. Soakaways, the natural waterfall from the soakaways would either be through the recreation ground or through the Millennium Green, which would need to be dug up to allow provision of those soakaway drainage points, and that would destroy a very important, especially during lockdown, village amenity. People under this lockdown and the previous lockdown will be using the Millennium Green every day to keep sane, and the mental health of the village is very important as far as I'm concerned, as I say, having been a governor and being a safeguarding officer for the FIA in my day job. The amount of cars, most houses now, the other half of my job in the motor industry is as a motoring journalist. According to the RAC Foundation, the average house in the country has 1.8 cars. So 42 or 44 houses times 1.8, all of them trying to get out to go to work at the same time as our children are walking on the road because there isn't full footpath provision, is not something that I'm looking forward to seeing. Nor is the same happening at the other end of the day when everyone is coming back from school, especially at this time of year when lights are low and it's dark. So thank you very much indeed for listening to me. I'm sure there'll be plenty of others raising issues about this, but for me the key points are the lack of consultation on what's effectively a new application. Things have just been carried forward without resubmission, the amount of traffic it will give, the chronic lack of off-road parking, and just the entire Emley Village infrastructure is not up to an instant parachuting in of 44, 42 households and homes. Thank you to all of you on the committee, and I appreciate you giving me the time to having spoken to you today.
Right, thank you, Guy. Next, we have Paula Kemp. Paula, you've got 3 minutes and your time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Councillors. With regard to third-party land, as of yet, we've not heard from the owners of the Ransom strip at the top of Wentworth Drive, and neither are we seeing detailed maps from either Kirklees or the applicant. Therefore, third-party land issues still remain, whether adopted or not, and could be subject. Good afternoon, Chairman and Councillors. With regard to third-party land, as of yet, we've not heard from the owners of the Ransom.
Right, your 3 minutes starts now.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Councillors. I'll repeat again. With regard to third-party land, as of yet, we have not heard from the owners of the Ransom strip at the top of Wentworth Drive, and neither have we seen detailed maps from either Kirklees or the applicant. Therefore, third-party land issues still remain, whether adopted or not, and could be subject to legal challenge. With regard to third-party land, as of yet, we have not heard. The applicant makes great mention of 44 or possibly 50 houses in relation to access and the junction of Wentworth Drive and Beaumont Street, and appears not to mention or take into consideration the existing 70 houses this junction already services. The Council's recommendation of a Picardy analysis has been dismissed by the applicant, yet they rely upon data from the previous application on a completely different junction at the eastern end of the site. In 2019, Kirklees Highways Development Management, as part of the objections to previous application, stated, the public footpaths shown to be improved emerge onto Upper Lane at locations where no near-side footway is available. and where visibility of approaching traffic will be limited. There is therefore no place of safety for pedestrians to stand when emerging onto Upper Lane. Why is the same situation acceptable on this application? Nothing has altered, and there are no additional safety features onto Upper Lane itself. The main road through Emley has many name changes, some in as little as 100 metres. Earlier this year, in answer to a written question regarding repair of potholes, Cabinet member Councillor Rob Walker made the following comments regarding the section known as Woodhouse. The road suffers from a lack of roadside drains, and as a consequence, there are numerous areas where the verge is crumbled due to surface water runoff into roadside ditches. The road is a rural country road and is quite narrow with few passing places. The applicant has been planning the proposed development for over 2 years, and yet we see many reserved matters, including those of high material consideration. Emley is not suitable or sustainable for development of this scale. There are many large developments approved nearby, and the nearest route for vehicles heading towards the A636 and the M1 is through the small village on unsuitable country lanes. This proposed development should not be taken in isolation, and should be looked at with all the extra traffic generated. Councillors ask you to refuse this application, as it would not be a safe decision to vote to approve.
Next, we've got Nick Bean. You have 3 minutes and it starts from now.
Hello everybody, I hope you can hear me.
Yeah.
My name is Nick Bean, and I live right slap bang in the middle of Warburton, number 35. I live, as I say, on Warburton, which is one of the two accesses onto the site. Warburton is a narrow road with cars parked on it, and it's a one-way road system. The parking on the road is always full up. Always at evenings and weekends, even during COVID and all the rest of it. Sometimes I have to park actually well up the road onto Green Acres, and neighbours up the road get very cross when we park outside their houses. People have to walk on the road. Kids come off the playground onto the road. Houses have front doors onto the road as well, including next door, etc. A number of them have kids as well coming straight out onto the road in the morning. Large JCBs and lorries will not get up there. During any site development, it's already dangerous. This is a clear danger causing injury and worse. I totally object to this development on the basis of road safety. Additional cars from the development, as mentioned in other testimonies, will increase the danger to residents on Warburton and will block the road access. The other access is Wentworth Drive and the junction with Beaumont Street. Again, on road safety risks, there is a lack of off-road parking for residents of Beaumont Street. Also, on the above risk, there will be increased parking outside the White Horse pub and the band room on the main road, just near the entrance to Wentworth. So residents will have to dodge traffic, including big farm vehicles, large buses with increased vehicles parked. I know there have been some road traffic surveys, but I'm dubious when these were done. I remember seeing people around in the middle of the day when we were in rush hour, etc., and they've done it during COVID as well, which is not right. Just a few metres up the road is the crossroads with a blind entry up to the football and cricket clubs, again an increased hazard for pedestrians. Traffic going east on the main road is blind to traffic going into Wentworth Drive. More traffic in and out of Wentworth Drive increases danger to public safety. Traffic going west on the main road just after the more dangerous crossroads will need to cross into the eastbound lane to pass more parked vehicles, again a heightened risk here to drivers and pedestrians with more traffic on this new development. In all, with this development, there will, if successful, be a much heightened danger to vehicles and pedestrians, a higher risk, this is my key point, of injury and death. Given lack of public transport, new development will increase car usage and pedestrian footfall on a busy main road that pre-COVID used to get jammed up due to single-way traffic on Upper Lane. Things will get back to normal at some point soon. Sometimes people have been stuck for 20 minutes in rush hour between Warburton and the crossroads entry into the cricket club, etc., and vice versa. Additional cars on the main road due to the development will increase traffic jams. There's no guarantee of any educational contribution to already packed Emley First School. We've had no ecological survey of the site next to our green leisure space, the Millennium Green. There may be protected species on this site. It's a wildlife haven for
You've
birds
had
and
your 3
rescue
minutes,
hedgehogs.
thank you.
Plant and construction vehicles will ruin this environment during years of building. Thank you very much. I've done now.
Thank you. Rachel Evans is next. Rachel, you've got 3 minutes and your time starts now.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, councillors. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. My name's Rachel Evans and I'm speaking to you as a local resident of Emley. I've lived in Emley 15 years and the comments I'd like to make are based on very personal experience of the village and the proposals that are proposed today. So whilst I acknowledge that the inclusion of the site in the local plan is allocated for housing, I want to express strongly my concerns regarding the main vehicular access, which we've heard is being proposed down Wentworth Drive. On safety grounds, road safety grounds, I think this is inappropriate at best and dangerous. Wentworth Drive is a small residential street, 77 properties it serves already, and where it meets the main road, we've already heard, the junction struggles to cope. The problems with sight lines, traffic volumes through the village are high, particularly at rush hour times. There's fast-flowing traffic, people parking on the road due to lack of off-road parking. And should this proposal be accepted, the additional housing would inevitably increase the volumes of traffic massively. I use this junction on a daily basis, both as a car user and as a foot passenger. And I've very personal experience on a number of occasions of the difficulties and dangers and actually near misses that I've experienced. Local councillors probably have knowledge of this junction, but to those of you who don't, I'd like to invite you to come and visit the junction at rush hour and see firsthand the problems that we experience. It's dangerous. We don't want to see any deaths. I note that the developers also not conducted an up-to-date proper traffic survey of this junction. It's regarding old data from the previous application when Warburton was the access point. Surely this isn't appropriate as vehicular numbers are not the same around the two junctions. Housing type on Warburton and Wentworth are very different. Wentworth has a large number of family houses with multiple cars already, and therefore it stands to reason that vehicular numbers, if they were increased by the proposed development, would further add to the major problems at this junction. Another major concern I want to put on record is the lack of public consultation by the applicant. I know it's not a legal requirement, but cited as desirable, and none's been made regarding the current proposal. Again, applicant appears to be relying on a small amount of public consultation conducted when Warburton was the main access route. Surely it's a different change of access should be viewed as a new proposal, and in this regard needs further consultation. In conclusion, I just wish to urge you to refuse the application on road safety grounds and just prevent any further danger to residents. Thank you very much for listening to me and thanks for your time.
Thanks, Rachel. Next, Mark Eastwood. Right, Mark, you've got 3 minutes and it starts now.
Thank you, Chairman. A variation of this application has appeared before the Planning Committee previously and was rightly refused. This application relies on a public consultation from the previous refused application, which for a development of this size is wholly inappropriate. If it is considered that this application is so similar to the previous one, that no material changes are made to warrant a new consultation, then surely permission should be rejected like its predecessor. Otherwise, this ought to be thrown back to public consultation to examine the impact of the changes made. There remain serious concerns around the impact of increased traffic, the lack of off-road parking and provision of park pavements. There is a local consensus that the roads are unsuitable for the level of traffic passing through the village. Similarly, the junction between Wentworth Drive and Beaumont Street, which already serves 70 existing properties, remains a worry. Emley Millennium Green is a highly valued asset to the village, serving not only a place for peaceful enjoyment, but also a release site for hedgehogs from a wildlife sanctuary. The damage to the flora and fauna of the green needs to be properly considered in any assessment of this application. Question marks hang over many aspects of this application. It is lacking in sufficient detail on drainage, access, alternatives to private vehicles, especially considering the topography of the area, among other concerns. The application comes attached with a substantial number of reserved matters, leaving residents and the committee blind when it comes to determining its impact. The application is scarcely an outline and more like a very faint sketch. The impact of the development on the local environment, residents, alongside its size and a significant number of outstanding queries means that the application should be refused, as the other version of this application was also. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
Cheers.
Next, we've got Paul Butler.
Thank you.
You have 3 minutes and it's starting from now.
Good afternoon, members. I'm here to speak in support of the application today. An outline application is allocated for housing in the adopted local plan. As you've heard, the previous application was refused on highways grounds, with proposed access being from Green. Housing allocation can come forward is through the provision of an access from Wentworth Drive. As you've read in the committee report, we've provided the council's highways officers with new and up-to-date information.
Mr. Butler, sorry, we seem to have had a sound issue at the same. Could you start from the beginning again, please?
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Ready now?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members. I'm here to speak in support of this outline application today. The site allocated for housing in the adopted local plan. The previous application was refused on highways grounds, with proposed access previously being from Greenacre Close via Warburton. This was the only reason for refusal. All other matters were considered acceptable at that time. The only material change between this application and the previous one is a proposal to now serve the access from Wentworth Drive, which, as you've heard today, is adopted highway land. Wentworth Drive is the preferred access point for your planning and highways officers. It's also the only access point that can serve the site following the refusal of the previous application, meaning the only way this housing allocation can come forward is through the provision of an access from Wentworth Drive. As you've read in the committee report, we have provided the council's highways officers with the new and up-to-date information they have requested to demonstrate that the scheme is acceptable on highways grounds. This includes a review of accident data, visibility displays, and new capacity studies at the local junctions. The conclusion of this work is that the scheme will not have an adverse impact on the local highway network, and that local junctions, including the Wentworth Drive and Beaumont Street junction, are operating well under capacity. The proposed development is therefore acceptable in highways terms. Looking at other issues, in terms of drainage, there are 3 potential options to discharge surface water from the site, which are via soakaways within the site boundary. So a water course located to the south of the site or via the main sewer to the north. All options are available at present, and each one will be explored further once the detailed layout is finalised as part of the future reserve matters application. We've undertaken up-to-date ecology surveys, and those reports confirm that proposals can deliver a net biodiversity gain, and that details will be provided at the reserve map stage, again once the final layout details are known. This will also include details which confirm the retention of existing boundary landscape features. With regard to noise, again, the detailed proposals will only be known at the reserve map stage, but as the football pitch is already surrounded by residential development, this hasn't created any issues in the past. The application is outlined. The level of information to support the application is proportionate and robust for this outline application. There are no objections from technical officers, and there are no grounds for refusal on these issues. The proposals will deliver 20% affordable homes on site. They will deliver a contribution towards improvements at Emily First School. They will deliver contributions towards improvements to the recreation ground located next to the site. As you've seen, they'll also fund improvements to the public footpath which connects this site to the village centre and the Millennium Green, which will benefit existing residents as well as proposed ones. We therefore hope you can support your officer's recommendation today and approve the planning application. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Just before I open it up for members, Ryan from Highways, you wanted to speak?
Good afternoon, councillors. Through you, Chair. Ryan Kinder, calling from Highway Development Management. I'd just like to prepare and discuss a short highway statement based on the level of objections and speakers and such. This proposal will excuse me, I'll start again. This development will generate circa 27 and 25 vehicular movements in the AM and PM periods. Sight lines of 41 and 37 metres at the junction of Beaumont Street are achievable off Wentworth Drive. This is in line with the speed surveys that were carried out, and the results are showing 30 mile an hour and 28 miles per hour in each direction. Due to the level of traffic generated, plus the existing amount of dwellings on Wentworth Drive, a capacity assessment is not considered required for this proposal. Wentworth Drive is a traditional estate road, and for a junction of this arrangement, the highway design guide suggests that this could potentially serve up to 250 dwellings, utilising its current road layout. As such, Highway Development Management consider this acceptable from a highways perspective. Notwithstanding this, a capacity assessment has been done for this arrangement using the Junctions 9 intersection module. This indicates that a potential delay of up to 10 seconds for right turners out of Wentworth Drive could be potentially could actually potentially happen with no more than one vehicle queuing at a time at the junction. As such, this proposal is considered acceptable from a highways perspective. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Ryan. Right, Graham.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks to the officers as well for preparing the reports for this. And I've just listened to Ryan, and I get what he says. You apply all the criteria that highways officers have to work with, and it meets all those fairly wide estate roads. What it doesn't take into account is the fact that coming onto Beaumont Street, there is no off-road parking for all the houses opposite. And the out lane is also a problem. There's the problem further down Upper Lane when it gets into one lane. When everybody's back parked from work. The sight lines aren't bad, I agree. I know this road particularly well, but what you also get is at Wentworth Drive, you get a lot of people parking on there to go into the village and to go to the White Horse. I know that's not relevant as of 12 o'clock tonight, but normally the White Horse is the only village pub, is quite popular and is well used and does attract a lot of visitors during the week when it has events on such as quiz nights. So there is a problem with off-street parking around Wentworth Drive anyway, and this will just add to it. So I think there should be, at the bare minimum, a much greater traffic survey done, and I would absolutely, on highways grounds, I would ask members to reject this. And I'm speaking on behalf of myself and Councillor Simpson today, who unfortunately can't be with us as he's working.
Thanks, Graham. Right, Councillor Granger Mead.
So, in my opinion, this is like the perfect development site. The access is already in place to the site from Wentworth and Greenacres. However, it is in the local plan, but it is currently an outline application. So I'm assuming we can make some recommendations for the improvement of the current plans, which would hopefully mitigate some of the concerns of residents. So even though the proposal is for 44 homes, that doesn't mean it's cast in tablets of stone, I'm assuming. So if it does go ahead, then it would be good to get the application right. So bearing in mind all the comments that we've had from residents, maybe planning could look at, some ideas to try and sort of quash those. So maybe like a reduction in the number of houses by maybe 10 or 15%. That would reduce the number of traffic movements and provide visual amenity for the new development. I was wondering if possibly you could provide some exaggerated number of visitor parking spaces on the end of Wentworth Drive side of the development to alleviate some of the cars parked along Wentworth Road. I know I've read some of the comments from residents, and they're complaining that the refuse truck has to reverse backwards down Wentworth Drive. So during, the proposal, is it not worth looking at trying to get a turning point in the development, in the new development to, obviously stop them having to drive down Wentworth in reverse? I know a number of residents also mentioned about yellow lines may help, maybe at the bottom of Wentworth Avenue onto Upper Lane and on the opposite side of the road there. That could mitigate some of the safety issues that many residents have. I just believe we need to consider this development not just for now, but obviously for the future. And I know I keep going on about parking spaces. It's one of my personal bugbears. But it's only a bugbear because I've seen so many new developments turn into glorified car parks. We have to think forward. We have to think for the future and what this is going to look like for the people who are going to live there. So I just really think that this development needs a lot more thought behind it, and I think we always need to bear in mind not just what's good for now, but what's good for 30 years' time. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Councillor Pinnock.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, as has been pointed out, this is an allocated site in the local plan, and as far as I can tell, nothing much was altered as a result of the planning inquiry that took place. The only significant thing is the clarification of the so-called Ransom strip, which turns out not to be a Ransom strip. And quite clearly, the access off Greenacres Close was totally unsuitable, as those who went on the site visit for that application will remember. And we could see that Warburton wasn't a suitable access at all. Now, I made a site visit yesterday, well, in the middle of the day with Councillor Lawson, and we observed that there were quite a lot of parked cars on Wentworth Drive even then, and clearly from the highway's point of view, that they will say, well, that'll slow the traffic down, won't it? So I don't think that's going to be a problem. But what I consider to be a problem is the junction with Beaumont Street, and although it wasn't evident when we were there, because of the issue about parked cars, there weren't really any parked cars there at the time on the main road. We've heard from residents and Councillor Turner that is an issue, and doesn't seem to have been dealt with in this. I suspect there will be a presumption on us approving this, but it needs to be all the things need to be in place so that we, when we get a reserved matters application, we're not stuck with something that ought to have been dealt with earlier. I'll reserve my judgment at the moment. I won't make a motion, but I will wait and see what other people have to say.
Thanks, Andrew. Councillor Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Pinnock has summed up quite a lot what I was concerned about. I am concerned about the junction. Fortunately, I couldn't make the site visit. I'm isolating at the moment, but I think that we need to nail this down, because I think part of the traffic survey and management is key here. A lot of the lobbying was based on the concerns of parking, vehicles being parked. There's inadequate parking there now. To put a residential area there, that really concerned me. And on another matter, we talked about the Ransom strip. Been lobbied quite heavily on this, that there's covenants on that land, and about the 3 landowners, and about accessibility, and about part of it being blocked. It's got to be allowed of some fencing and things like that. I think all this needs to come before us. I know it might not be part of our consideration, but we've got to be sure that we're getting this right, because what I don't want is being left with drainage problems because we haven't dealt with it. We're being left with traffic problems because we haven't dealt with it. I'm holding my powder at the moment. I'm just going to leave it there because there's other things that I have written down, but the covenants and the land ownership, I think, is a big bugbear on this one.
Thanks, Cathy. Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Chair. Couple of comments, and then I'll pick up Councillor Scott's last comments as well. Some interesting things that she said there. Yeah, the last application that came through on this site was refused. That application came through, though it hinged on that being that Ransom strip denying access from Wentworth Drive. So it's natural that, having gone away and done some research, that the applicant should come back with that kind of unlocked and expect to see a fairly straightforward application accepted. Councillor Granger-Mead touched upon this earlier. Yes, there is something to be said at reserved matters. We really need to consider the density of the development, just to see how many houses actually go on there in the end. Do we have all the information that we need right now to make a decision? I'm not sure. Or I'll pick up with Councillor Scott's comments there. There do seem to be some question marks here. Mark Eastwood did point this out, that there were quite a few question marks around some of these things. Again, at the site visit I made yesterday with Councillor Pinnock, separate cars, socially distanced, I'll have you know. When we got to that junction, yes, there were. If you come from the junction from Wentworth Drive and face right, you can see that there is a bus stop there. And if you think about buses parking on there, that would really hinder what's going on there. So I wonder if there's a discussion at this point to be had with the positioning of that bus stop, whether that might alleviate some of the site problems there that were referred to several times. But I think our first speaker referred to children being hit on that stretch of road. Now, I don't know whether they're at that junction or not, but that's worth finding out too, just where those accidents were, where those injuries were. Again, I will listen to what everybody else says. I've not heard any other motions out yet. If Councillor Scott was veering towards a deferral for some more information, then that's something that I'd consider. Thank you, Chair.
John.
Chair, can I move a deferral on it then?
Yeah. Matthias.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, committee and speakers. It's quite clear, it seems, that one of the central issues is around highways and access, as members discussed amongst themselves and heard from the speakers. Are faced with an outline application where really you're only being asked for in principle, can you put housing on this allocation? And can you make the highway connection at the point shown on the plan? The issues being raised are very valid reasons and issues that need to be addressed. There is a question in my mind to say whether that is at a detailed stage where we know specific numbers, as has been raised by a number of members around the speeches since the speakers spoke. And therefore, on that, sorry, that was a bit tongue-tied. So on that basis, I think there are questions here about what are you being asked to consider today, and the extent of the decision that you make, and therefore the detail that comes at reserved matters stage, because no numbers are being applied for. You will deal with that at design stage. And I think those issues around the access particularly at the junction of the two highways where they intersect, Wentworth Drive and Beaumont, where they both meet, rather, Wentworth Drive. You've got an assessment done by your engineers, but there is obviously anecdotal local evidence and members have seen it on site themselves. I'm not quite sure whether the status of the outline application is the place that you can ask for that fine-grained detail to be resolved, or it comes through at the reserved matters stage when you know what numbers you're dealing with, what the layout is that you're being asked to consider, and then what the implications are of the actual movements, because you've got an assessment in front of you that was done up to, and it was done on the basis of 44 dwellings. Now it strikes me that that's quite dense on this site, and perhaps would be something you would be looking to make a less dense scheme here for. So I'm coming back to the point out, what are you being asked for a decision on at the minute, and what further information based on the upper assessment that's been done at 44 dwellings could we do at an outline stage as opposed to reserve matters? So that's where I'm putting it back into members. I hear the suggestions of deferral, and we'll take away whatever you tell us to do, but we just need to be clear about what we can bring in relation to an outline that really only seeks the point of access and nothing else. So put that back into the committee for thought, and happy with Ryan to try and help you with any questions or suggestions, members. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Matthias. Graham.
Thanks, Chair. And the public speakers and most of the members of the committee have all raised questions about this, and I think it was Granger and Councillor Mead who said that it's a perfect housing site. Well, I don't think it is a perfect housing site. Just because it's in the local plan doesn't mean say it doesn't have to comply with planning legislation and planning rules. It might have been allocated, but it must be a proper development, and it must meet those regulations and legislation. And I think there's enough doubt in this around the Ransom Street, possibly certainly around the highways, that this should be at the very minimum deferred. Ideally for me would be rejected, but deferred is a minimum while we get some of these things answered, because like anything, once this goes from today, we don't get a chance to come back to it, do we? And for a site, I know it's outlined, and I take Matthias's point, but there's an awful lot of matters to be discussed, reserved matters, more than you usually get in an application. It's not very detailed, isn't some of the stuff we receive. So I'm not confident that we can make a decision on to approve it. So for me, it's a deferral at the best. Well, ideally a refusal, but probably deferral at least, should I say. I'm getting Matthias's tongue tied now.
Right, thanks, Graham. Well, it's been moved for deferral by Cathy.
I'll second that, Councillor Hall. If I can just make one or two remarks, this is an allocated site. Therefore, as I say, there is probably a presumption on getting permission, but I think we need to be certain. And I hear what Mr. Franklin is saying about the robustness of the highways assessment, but I would like further comfort on this with some, hopefully some numbers and some assessment as to whether cars parking near that junction and buses stopping at the bus stop near that junction do actually cause a problem with the potential traffic movements at that junction. So and I don't think that's been detailed quite enough. As far as reserve matters are concerned, you know, we have to deal with reserve matters as they come, whether there's 2 or 100. I know it could be a bit of a mouthful, but I will certainly second a proposal to defer it for the reasons that I've given.
Right, thanks, Andrew. Matthias?
Thank you, Chair. Okay, I hear the committee. I understand what the concerns are, and I hear the residents. I understand what those concerns are as well. So, in terms of a deferral, if that's where you want to go, that's fine. Well, let's be really clear about what we're asking the applicant to do. We are going to expand on the analysis of the junction in relation to concerns that have been identified around parking in difficult areas that impact on some of the manoeuvring around there. So we will take that away. The TA, their transport assessment was up to 50 dwellings. It wasn't 45, it was up to 50. But so I think the evidence base for the comings and goings from that are probably sufficient in terms of the information, but you're particularly concerned about the junction itself. So we will look at that with the applicant and bring back a further technical report for giving members some further information to inform any future decision. On the Ransom strip question, clearly it's been identified as adopted highway. Even if it's in multiple ownerships, that's a private matter between landowners to agree a value and to come to a negotiated position on that. So it isn't a preventative for delivering the site. That's a commercial issue that will go on separate to the planning process. If the highway can be achieved in technical terms, and we've identified it as highway within our council teams as being true, then that could proceed if the commercial decisions between the landowners take place. That's not for us as a planning committee. So I think we can take that away and focus in on that point. If there's anything else, please do let me know. I hope that was helpful. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee.
Thanks, Matthias. Just before we go to a vote, Graham, you want to come back on the final point?
Just a final point. When the highways officers are looking at that, can they look at the possibility of a provision of double yellow lines coming off the Wentworth onto the main road, see what the impact that may be, and that might prevent some of the parking that occurs as the people access the village and the White Horse.
Yeah.
Right. Thanks, Graham. Right. It's been moved for deferral by Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Pinnock. I'll hand over to Andrea now.
Okay, so yeah, as Chair says, we're voting on deferral. Councillor Hall?
In favour of deferral.
Councillor Akhtar?
In favour of deferral.
Councillor Goodwin?
In favour of deferral.
Councillor Granger Mead?
In favour.
Councillor Lawson?
For.
Councillor Pinnock?
For.
Councillor Scott?
For.
Councillor Turner?
For.
Don't think Councillor Sockle's online.
Yeah, I just joined it. I didn't take part. So.
You don't want to take part. Okay, thank you. So that's carried, Chair.
Right, thank you. Right, welcome, Mum. Next
Thank
item.
you. Thank you. Sorry for late.
No, you're all right. We're on to agenda item number 8, page 47, Oxford Road, Gasul. Sarah.
Thank you, Chair. The application is brought to the Heavy Woollen Planning Subcommittee due to the number of representations that have been received against the application. 33 representations have been received in total. A comment has also been received from Councillor David Hall, which is set out in the update. The application site relates to the large garden area of Gasul Hall, which is located within the Gasul Conservation Area on the Kirklees local plan. The site is bordered by protected trees and a high stone boundary wall. The site is surrounded predominantly by residential dwellings. Planning permission is sought for the demolition of the existing dwelling and the erection of 7 dwellings, as members can see from the site plan on this slide. The site includes an area of public open space and the dwellings are varied in design. This slide shows the proposed elevations of some of those house types. The Council's Conservation and Design officers have commented on the dwellings and the layout, and there is no objection in this regard. The density of the site and the design of the houses is appropriate for its conservation area context, retaining the open characteristics of the site as much as possible. Highways Development Management colleagues are satisfied that the access to the site from West Lane is an improvement from the existing situation. Members will note from the report that in order to facilitate the access, protected trees will be felled. The Council's tree officers initially objected to the felling of the trees. However, officers consider that the proposed woodland management plan will enhance ecology at the site and bring the woodland back into its native habitat. Officers are supportive of the scheme. Appropriate boundary treatments are proposed and the woodland will not be included in the residential gardens of the proposed dwellings. In terms of drainage and residential amenity, the application is considered acceptable. Subject to the conditions recommended within the report, officers consider that the proposed development is acceptable and constitutes an effective use of land, and as such, the application is recommended for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Sarah. Right, first up, we've got Ruth Wilcox. Ruth, you've got 3 minutes and it starts now.
Thank you very much, Chair. I remain opposed to the approval of this application on the following grounds, despite the amendments and mitigation proposed by the applicant. While NPPF introduced a presumption in favour of sustainable development, it is my contention that the net benefit of any additional 6 dwellings in Phase 1 plus an unquantified number under any Phase 2 application will add negligible benefit to the national housing stock when compared to the considerable harms which are done to the Gasul Conservation Area, CA, by this proposal. As advised in 10.4, it is regrettable that the Council have not provided a conservation area appraisal for the CA. 10.7 states that most of the site is not suitable for development and that only 7 dwellings are allowable. 10.7 also states that the CA is particularly characterised by its open nature, as is this site. Building any dwelling would per se destroy this distinctive characteristic. Gasul Hall was intended to be a grand hall, set alone in its own parkland and similar to the nearby West House, and in keeping with the heritage setting of the other listed buildings in the CA. 10.9 states the proposal, with large dwellings being erected in large plots, will be similar in nature to those surrounding the application site, which are outside the CA, and thus will in effect reduce the volume of open nature characteristics within the CA. Planning history states, outline application for residential development for detached dwellings, refused. The councillors on the Heavy Woollen Planning Committee in 1999 obviously thought that a 4 dwellings development was not compatible with the objectives and characteristics of the CA, and the need to protect the CA remains just as valid in 2020. Given the negligible national benefit of 6 additional dwellings, how can this be justified to cause the considerable harm inflicted on the CA? Councillor Lisa Holmes and 28 people lodged representations against this proposal. The cumulative impacts of the many new residential developments being made in this locality is putting unacceptable pressure on the community infrastructure and changes the urban village character of Gasul adversely, with changes to the character of the CA being particularly important. The objective of NPPF is not achieved by this proposal.
You've had your 3 minutes now.
It is not right to put either 70 or even 7 dwellings on this CA site. It should not trump the local residents' desire not to cause great harm to the CA. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next, it's Brian Wilcox.
Opposed to this application, despite the recent mitigations. The NPPF objective is 70 dwellings for 2 hectares. The case officer has reduced this to 7, but I contend this is the wrong site for even 7 due to the harms done to the CA. However, if the committee is minded to approve the proposal, I believe there need to be binding and legally enforceable restrictions and conditions imposed, which are monitored and enforced in perpetuity. The site is also subject to LP 30 and 33 and plays an important part in the Kirklees wildlife network habitat. It creates a vital green corridor connecting areas of Greenbelt. See the aerial photograph and location plan. To achieve its green objectives, the mitigations to ring fence the residential plots with 1.8 metre timber fences and the proposed woodland management plan are welcome. 1014 identifies the need to remove the permitted development rights for extensions and outbuildings for all future occupiers. This is to ensure that the garden plots are not overdeveloped, the trees will be retained, and to add to the local area amenity. It is not clear in the report where the legal boundaries of the plots would be drawn, but I contend that future plot owners should not have a legal ownership of the areas within the scope of the WMP. This zone is particularly important to preserve, being squeezed into the narrow corridor between the pink fence boundaries of plots 3, 4 and 5 and their site boundaries, but also for plots 1, 6 and 7 and their external site boundaries. Special safeguards for the protected trees within garden areas are needed. It would help if it is written into the property deeds that the pink boundary fences cannot be removed and the access to the WMP area is not permitted except for ecological maintenance, so that it is never in future dispute and always enforceable as a breach of planning permissions. The legal ownership for the area of WMP needs to be addressed in order to ensure that sustainable management of the WMP can be fulfilled over its 20 years evolution and beyond, whether this is by a management company or a form of wildlife habitat trust. Thank you, Chairman and members.
Right, thank you, Brian. Next, it's
Mr. Wild.
Mr. Wild. Right, Chris, you've got 3 minutes and your time starts now.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm astonished that the Planning Department have not asked the Coal Authority to examine their records to find out if there might be problems on this development due to mining subsidence. The development is situated above the Pennine Lower coal measures that have been extensively mined over 2 centuries. Within 100 metres of this development, the builders found to their surprise the mine shaft of the disused West Lane colliery as they dug the foundations for the houses on Thatcher's Way. Within 150 metres of this development, you will all be well aware of the proposed development between Farron Lane and Cliff Lane, where comprehensive testing is taking place for gas emissions due to disused mining activity. As you also know, there are 2 more disused mine shafts on this site. Gasul Pit was not far away from Gasul Hall. The pit extracted coal from the Beeston bed at the depth of 110 metres and the blocking bed at the depth of 55 metres. When they worked the area on the Gasul households were affected by the mining subsidence, and the NCP were required to pay claims for the repairs for these properties, as well as dwellings on Drub Lane was a claim made for Gasul Hall. In the grounds of Gasul Hall, there are signs of ground subsidence running in straight lines. Perhaps the Coal Authority could verify if there were any underground roadways under this site. Old mine workings can cause all sorts of problems, as demonstrated by the dreadful accident at Lofthouse Colliery in 1973, when 7 miners lost their lives when working broke out into flooded mine shaft. Following this accident, the NCB were fearful that a similar problem could occur at Gasul Pit due to the old workings, so they closed the pit. Perhaps the least that should be done is to ask the Coal Authority to examine their records, including claims for compensation for this locality before granting approval, and not repeat the embarrassing problem encountered when they built the M606 into Bradford. Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to speak.
Right, thank you, Chris. Next is David Story.
Thanks.
Right, David, you have 3 minutes starting from now.
Thanks, Chair, members. Good afternoon. My name's David Story. I'm a chartered planner speaking on behalf of the applicants. Just by way of background, this site is privately owned and is currently controlled by the executors of the deceased owner. As part of the process, we engaged in a pre-application process and originally showed a scheme for some 15 dwellings. Following constructive feedback from your officers during that process, the scheme was prepared and submitted for 7 dwellings on the site, that's the net 6. The site lies in a sustainable location where prevailing planning policy on density would seek to achieve some 70 dwellings. But clearly you have to take into account the site constraints, that's in this respect tree coverage and conservation area. The proposal is for large dwellings in large plots that's reflective of the character of the area. All statutory and non-statutory consultees in your report, you'll see that none of them raise any objections. We've been through a process of iteration with the scheme itself and the made amendments accordingly. The proposals allow for some significant benefits in terms of the formal management of the woodland that frames the site, where there is no control at present. It also involves some new tree planting as well, and it provides for improved and safer access onto West Lane and also at the junction with Oxford Road. And along with all that, increases ecology and biodiversity. Planning is all about balance, and in this case, the matters in favour of development outweigh any perceived harm. And that's the site being in a sustainable location with improved access and tree management and, again, in biodiversity. All which protect and maintain the character of the conservation area. And we commend the recommendation to you, Chair. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Members, so over to you. Councillor Granger Mead.
Thank you. So a lot of my points I was going to make were actually made by the first speaker, so I won't repeat those. But some other points that I think are fair to bring to other committee members' attention at this stage is the number of development sites that are actually in this surrounding area. Obviously, Gasul Hall is one, but right next to Gasul Hall, you have the Gasul Primary School site, which is proposed for up to 60 houses, which is probably about 20 metres from this site. You have the West Lane development, which was a 2019 development, which is directly opposite this site. Then you have the Clift Lane development, which is half a mile from this site, which I think is about 49 houses, I may be wrong. Then going back onto Oxford Road and a bit further up, there's another development site, a windfall site. This is a windfall site, but there's another windfall site that's become available, which is 7 acres. Then just progressing about a quarter of a mile further along, there's the Riva Homes development at Home House, which I think was 30 houses. This is near completion. And then a little bit further along again, we have the Rouse development, which was 30 homes. Or Riva Homes was 22, actually, I apologise. The Rouse site is 30 homes, which we, I think, approved last year or the year before. And then also within the area is the Heathfield site, which is coming up later on the agenda, which has already been developed partly. And then there's the Blue Hills Farm site. So all these sites are within like a mile of this site. You know, I'm a bit torn because, you know, I do appreciate that it is a good design, a well-designed site. However, we have to look at the bigger picture here, and the schools in the area are already heavily oversubscribed, namely BBG and Gasul Primary, and all these extra windfall sites that have come along in the Gasul area. It does really concern me of the impact it's going to have in, you know, Gasul in general. And whilst I know we were supposed to look at these plots in isolation, I do believe that we, you know, as committee members, need to look at the larger picture of the area as well. So I just want to make, you know, committee members aware of that if they don't know the area as well as I do. And I'll rest my case because I think all the other speakers have actually mentioned some very good points already. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Andrew.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, I am very conscious of the amount of development that is either taking place or proposed in this area, and particularly if you include Cleckheaton, where we have some very large developments in the local plan. However, this is an application for 7 houses, and whilst hearing what has been said, I can't think that this will make a huge difference to the general environment that would be much more affected by larger developments. However, it is quite a sensitive site and clearly needs to be developed with a degree of attention to detail that I think, in fact, the applicants have managed. And I, on the whole, would be in favour of it because anybody who knows the area knows that the current access to this site is right on the corner of West Lane and Oxford Road, which is a most unsuitable place for an access. Clearly, the access now is going to be better. The main thing I have as a sort of black mark against this is that given we are looking at a development of very large houses, I'm just a bit concerned that we may end up with one of these gated settlements that somebody decides to put a gate on the front of this, and the access to the site is restricted. I don't know whether, if we give permission, a condition can be put on to that effect. But I mean, in general, I think, bearing in mind what Mr. Story has said, I think there's a lot to be said for this application, whilst taking into account what the previous speakers have said. And seems to me that if it can be developed so that it doesn't do violence to the conservation area, then I would be quite happy. I won't move approval yet. I'll wait until other people have had a chance to speak.
Right, thanks, Andrew. Cathy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think Mr. Story did put the case across, and I hear what you say, Councillor Granger Mead, but this is privately owned houses, and there's 7 houses, and we can only deal with the application that we have in front of us. You can't go beyond that. I think a lot of thought and sensitivity has been put into this by the applicant. The conditions for me, the setup is absolutely great. I'd like to see to ensure that the woodland management, there's a little bit more there that we can condition there, that they absolutely sign up. And it's about the access. It's great to see that the access is now going to be moved and it'd be better. But it's also about, is there a way of not making it a gated site? I'm happy to move this application. I'm fully supportive of it. I think it's been well thought out. And as I said, they've been very sensitive and put a lot of thought into it. So I'm happy to move it.
Thanks, Cathy. Graham.
Thanks, Chair. It's an interesting one, isn't it, this? It is interesting from when you look at it, and I'm doing now on Google Earth, it's quite a big site. And normally I would have been a bit hesitant to support 7 large houses because, as you well know, that's not what I think we need in Kirklees, but I think it's the best use of the land in this case. I'm a bit torn that I'm sort of supporting 7 large dwellings when what I really want is family affordable homes. But the case was made quite strongly by the developer that we've been working with officers to get the best out of the site. So with a bit of a heavy heart in some ways, I think I'll second Councillor Scott.
Thanks, Graham. Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Chair. Again, like the previous speaker, like Councillor Turner, this is not emotionally an application that I'd be very fond of. However, yeah, the applicant has made a good case, and obviously there's been a lot of work gone into this. The woodland management plan, the second speaker made some very good points about the woodland management and about the ownership of the woodland. And I think Councillor Hall in the update speaks about the woodland as well and about intrusion into the woodland. On page 59 of our pack, 10.42, there's a brief paragraph there. I wonder if we could have some reassurance from officers about those red lines and the curtilages and the ownership of the woodland, just so that we can sort of have a feel about what kind of protection is on offer. Through you, Chair.
Yeah. Charlotte.
Thank you, Chair. I think probably when I put speaking, obviously I was in a queue, and I think a lot of the things I was going to say have already been said, to be honest. But yeah, it's just sort of reiterating what a lot of other members and speakers have said so far. In that I actually sort of, quite like the fact that a lot of the external character of the site is being retained in terms of the trees and the wall, and it's actually making quite good use of the site in that you're basically taking what is a large house and a big garden and basically putting lots of large houses on a big garden, and you're just making better use of the site than it is of present while retaining the character of the area. So I think overall I'm sort of broadly supportive of this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Charlotte. Mohan.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just few weeks ago, I think we dealt a similar application on strategic planning committee. It was with regard to the application by Wyke, I think Wyke somewhere, yeah. And there was a big house there, and the applicant wanted to demolish the building and put another few houses there. I think Councillor Andrew Pinnick remember that, yeah. But yeah, the committee that time be decided ask the applicant not to demolish this house because it's a good appearance, so and so, and ask them defer the application to come back with the amended plan. But the applicant came back. Similarly, he said, "Man, I don't want to amend the application. There's no importance of this building house, so I want to go ahead with that." So very reluctantly, we have to approve that application. And even those houses, new houses, the applicant about going to build even similar size which this application is. So what I mean, I think it's very difficult to refuse this application. So on this reason, because applicant might have the chance to go to appeal, we might lose the appeal. So I support the application.
Right. Thank you. Matthias, do you want to come in on that point, what Councillor Lawson brought up about the red line boundaries?
Sure thing, Chair. So the woodland, the woodland would be segregated from the houses and their gardens by boundary treatment. The residents would then pay for a management company who would maintain it as an ecological environment. It wouldn't be accessible apart from for ecological maintenance and sustainability. So it will be an enhancement to that part of the conservation area, and it will be long-term maintained for visual amenity and for biodiversity reasons. I just got one question to just come back on the gated comment. So for this number of houses, it would be designed to an adoptable standard, the access road. I think we can be clear, though, if members were so willing that that a condition should be imposed that permitted development rights as far as gates were removed. I think they are already on the list, but if they're not, we can check that. And then if the applicant has an issue with that, then there's a process to go through there, just for clarity and for protection of the conservation area in this instance. Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Right. Thanks, Matthias. I think we're all. Andrew?
Yes, I've just looked at the, thanks, Chair. I've just looked at the conditions, and the removal of permitted development rights is only for extensions and outbuildings. That needs to be reworded so that it includes no gates or anything. Because even if the road is to an adoptable standard, that may not stop somebody putting a gate across the entrance. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Andrew. And it's funny that gates have been brought up because we've got one on the A62 near Liversidge Tennis Club, which, to be quite honest with you, is more trouble than what it's worth. So it's on A62. It's ridiculous. It stops traffic. Right, this has been moved by Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Turner. So we'll over to Andrea and we'll go around and vote.
Thanks, Chair. So we're voting on delegate to approve, but with the amendment of the condition regarding the gates. Councillor Hall?
For.
Councillor Akhtar?
For.
Councillor Goodwin?
For.
Granger Mead?
Abstain.
Councillor Lawson?
For.
Councillor Pinnock?
For.
Councillor Scott?
For.
Councillor Sokol?
Mute. Sorry, Andrea. For.
Thank you. Councillor Turner?
For. Okay,
that's carried. Thank you.
Right. Next, we move on to page 63, and this is Croft at Staincliffe, Batley.
Thank you, Chair. Members are considering a full planning application for the erection of a detached garage. It is reported to committee at the request of Councillor Gwen Lowe due to concern about problems a larger garage will cause with access to the adjoining plots, and as there has also been a significant number of local representations. It's amended plans that are being put forward for a garage of the following proportions. So just get the elevations up. A rectangular footprint approximately 6.7 metres wide by 6.6 metres deep, with the front elevation in line with the existing double garage to the east. This will be designed with a shallow monopitched roof, 2.5 metres high at the front and 2.25 metres high at the back. The garage would have a roller shutter door to the front with no other openings. The walls would be faced in brickwork and the roof surfaced in metal sheeting. The application site is a roughly rectangular shaped area located in a corner at the head of a residential cul-de-sac, to the western side of 51 Park Croft and to the southern side of 53 Park Croft. The application site is located to the side of the existing double garage, as can be seen here. It has been cleared of a previous garage and a concrete base has been laid. To the front is shared access to the head of Park Croft. The surrounding land is residential in nature, predominantly two-storey semi-detached or terraced houses that have been extended in various ways and have a variety of outbuildings in their grounds. In terms of design, given the character of the surrounding area and provided that the brickwork is of a red or brown colour, it is considered that the proposed garage would blend in with the character of the surrounding area. In terms of residential amenity, whilst the width of the proposed garage would bring it slightly closer to the mutual boundaries to either side than the previous garage, it is within the application site boundary and the front elevation would be in line with the neighbouring double garage. The depth of the garage at the rear would be around 1.4 metres larger than the previous garage, but in officers' opinion, the increased massing in this area would have relatively limited impact over and above the previous garage and the existing situation. In terms of highway safety, initial highway safety concerns relating to turning within the site have been overcome by removing the projection to the front so that the front elevation is now in line, as I've just already said, with that of the neighbouring double garage to the east, and the same as that what was there previously. As such, the amended plans are considered acceptable in terms of highway safety. To conclude, officers consider that the proposed garage would be in keeping with the character of the surrounding area and would not significantly harm neighbouring land or highway safety in accordance with local plan policies and the aims of the NPPF. Approval is recommended as set out in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thanks, Sarah. Right, one speaker, and that's Gwen.
Thank you, Chair. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for allowing me to bring this before the heavy Woollen Planning Committee. And I did want to bring it because, like I said, there was concern regarding the larger garage that is proposed, but it was the significant local representations to the proposal. Because I was asked initially by a couple of the objectors to look into these proposed plans for this larger garage to replace the old garage. I went and safely social distanced, had a look at the site. And it was annoying to be informed that at some point the applicant had actually started to build the new garage before planning permission had been approved. But enforcement, I believe, told him that he had to take it down. But the new concrete base, however, was still there. There are several concerns about this larger garage proposed, as it will be difficult for the owner of the neighbouring garage that's already there, the double garage, that he won't be able to maintain the outer wall of his garage, as the new garage won't leave any access between the two garages. And plus as well, at the rear of the garage, that is onto the properties of Woodsum Estate, and they won't be able to maintain their rear fencing either. So it is going to cause problems for those who live in that immediate area on either side of this new garage or to the rear. Now, can I use the word shenanigans here? Because when I did look at the Kirklees website, the number of representations suddenly supporting this planning application was crazy. And comments that were put on the website from people supporting this application were completely irrelevant and were starting to become quite personal. And that's why I wanted this to come before the planning committee. And one of the comments stated, I hope you read them, and I will quote, "This garage plans needs to given the go-ahead, otherwise it'll be waiting for a disaster to happen." Now, I found that very odd, and I don't see what relevance that has to this planning application. But the main concern was the proposed extension to the front of the garage, as this narrowed the turning head for access to the neighbouring garages, particularly at number 53. But it appears to have also caused problems for the applicant himself, who now seems to have agreed to take the extension at the front of the garage, the protruding bit, further back. So I just want reassurance from this planning committee that the plans have been amended so that the front elevation is in line with that of the neighbouring double garage, and in particular now allowing safe and full access for number 53 onto their own land. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Gwen. Right, colleagues, it's over to you, and I believe it's Councillor Pinnock first.
No, that was the previous one.
Previous.
Yeah. Sorry, not guilty.
Right. Right, I've just seen somebody's little hand go up.
Councillor Scott and Councillor Sokol.
Moan and then Cathy.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to know from officer, I just read it, it's a 41 people supporting and 21 objecting. Are these 41 supporters live on the street or they live somewhere else? Why they got so many? I don't think there are so many people residential who might be living on this. It's not right to put this objection or supporting letter like that. Thank you. I need to know from officers.
Right. Cathy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm a little bit concerned because the foundation base is in, and if you look at your application site where it's got it, the foundation in, it's high, it's elevated higher than the neighbouring garage. Now, I'm a little bit concerned about drainage issues and runoff because they've built a site up. I just want to know the officers' comments on that. I do have concerns. And with regard to 41 supporting it, I'm not listening to that. It's the people that actually live on it in that site. I have got concerns about people accessing fencing and maintaining the side of the garage. But if you look at the foundation, it's elevated. There's going to be major drainage issues there.
Thanks, Cathy. Sarah, do you want to come in and answer them 2 questions about drainage and the 41 letters of support?
Sorry, Chair. Yes, in relation to the 41 letters of support, I think there was a number from the same person. I'm just getting clarification now from the case officer. But as it states in the report, it was 41 supporting, 21 objecting, and 3 comments received at the time of the publication of the agenda. With respect to drainage, it would have to adhere to building regulations, current building regulations in any case. And in respect of the maintenance, I think that one of the members raised maintenance aspects. That wouldn't be a material planning consideration. It would be a private civil matter, whilst it is acknowledged.
Great. Thanks, Sarah. Councillor Turner.
Okay, thanks, Chair. It's an interesting one again, isn't it? The fact that there's a concrete basin, there's a bit that annoys me, because I hate people when they do things in anticipation of us making a decision. I was thinking tries to I'll get one over on us. So I'm never happy with that. But apart from that, I'm actually can't see any problem with it. I mean, I'm looking at again on Google Earth here, and it's a double garage on a site. Well, there's another double garage, or it's a garage side of a garage. So I'd be happy to move approval. And going back to the couple of points, picking up the objection, the letters of support. Well, you know, it goes on for objections as well, doesn't it? We all know that we get hundreds of objections, and if you're bothered to read them all and you got the postcodes, you find some of them. I mean, I know some of them that we find them in south of England, you know, because the grandma still lives here. So I take them with a pinch of salt. I'm not entirely sure how much maintenance a garage needs, so I'm not sure that's an issue for me. Because as the officer pointed out, it's not a planning issue, but how much maintenance does a garage need that you need access? Never done any maintenance on my garage, so I'm happy. Perhaps it'll fall down one day. So I'm happy to approve this application, Chair.
Thanks, Graham. Councillor Goodwin.
I just wanted to query something very minor that Councillor Lowe said earlier, and that was just that a couple of the neighbours were concerned about access to maintain their walls and fences. But my sort of understanding is there is no right of access anyway. So even if there was no garage there, they shouldn't necessarily have a right to go onto that land to access that rear fence and wall, be there a structure there or not. I was just asking for a point of clarification on that one. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Charlotte. Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, 41 for, 21 against. You know, we've always been told numbers aren't the issue. It's the quality of the objection that's the issue, and the type of objection that's the issue. So numbers really, it's not a contest in those terms. So yeah, fairly happy to disregard those kind of numbers. I think thanks to Councillor Lowe for bringing this, because it's the kind of thing that needs bringing into regulation. It's the kind of thing that needs some settlement for the immediate communities. So that said, I'll second Graham Turner's move to accept officer's recommendation.
Thanks, Don. Sarah, do you want to come back on the comment what Councillor Goodwin made?
Through you, Chair, yes. With respect to the comment about rights of access, you wouldn't have a right just to go on to somebody else's land without their permission. I think, is that what the clarification that you were asking?
Right.
Yeah. Yes.
Right.
Thanks, Sarah.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Thank you for that. Right. We'll go to a vote on this, because I think all these letters of support and letters against and emails that I've been receiving, it's got to be a bit of a joke, to be quite honest with you. A little bit more going on than meets the eye, I think. But anyway, we're at this point now, so those in favour, I'll go to Andrea, and she'll go down the table and ask you for your votes.
So we're voting on delegate to approve as moved by Councillor Turner and seconded by Councillor Wilson. Councillor Hall.
For.
Councillor Akhtar.
For.
Councillor Goodwin.
For.
Councillor Granger Mead.
For.
Councillor Lawson.
For.
Pinnock.
For.
Councillor Scott.
For.
Councillor Sokol.
For.
Councillor Turner.
For.
That's approved then, Chair.
Right, thank you. Next item, page 71. This is Heathfield Lane, Berkshire, which I feel pretty sure we all know pretty well.
Really well. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. This application is brought to the Heavy Woollen Planning Subcommittee due to the number of representations that have been received. In this case, 18 representations have been received during 2 rounds of publicity. The application site relates to a piece of land allocated for housing on the Kirklees local plan. There are protected trees to the southern and eastern boundaries of the site. Planning permission is sought for the erection of 13 dwellings, as members can see on the layout plan here. The access would be taken from Heathfield Lane and would require the felling of protected trees to facilitate this. The site is adjoined to a piece of land to the northwest, which is part of the same housing allocation and is shown on the slide here. It is important for members to note that the planning application within the other part of the house, this is the other part of the housing allocation, sorry. The application under consideration today does not prejudice the development of this piece of the allocation, which would have a new access proposed from Whitehall Road West, as can be seen on the slide. In relation to policy LP5, which relates to master planning, officers are satisfied with this. The proposed dwellings would be of an acceptable design and constructed of appropriate materials. The agent has made amendments to the scheme throughout the application to ensure that the impact on the street scene is acceptable. It should be noted that in order to achieve an access from Heathfield Lane, replacement protected trees would have to be felled. Whilst officers are not supportive of this, the benefits of developing this parcel of land and the provision of 3 intermediate affordable units and replacement tree planting, along with financial contributions towards improvements of Birkenshaw Park and ecology, to be secured by a Section 106 agreement, in the opinion of officers, outweighs the loss of protected trees. In other matters, Highways England have withdrawn their objection to the scheme, and for the reasons mentioned, officers are supportive of the proposed development, with the public benefits outweighing the harm to the loss of protected trees at the access. The recommendation is for approval as set out in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Sarah. First to speak is Jake Hinchcliffe. Hi Jake, you've got 3 minutes and it starts now.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. I'm Jake Hinchcliffe, Morris Design Studio. We form part of the design team working on this application. We initially submitted a pre-application consultation which received positive comments from officers and consultees. Given this and the site housing allocation in the recently adopted local plan, we progressed the site with the submission of a full planning application. Subsequently, after the consultation process, we received further constructive feedback from officers and consultees regarding the density, which after discussion was increased from 10 dwellings to 13 dwellings, which brought the development into the threshold of housing contributions, which in this case has the provision of 3 intermediate units alongside biodiversity and off-site public open space contributions, as well as a number of on-site enhancements. The proposed house sites are in keeping with the surrounding area by using vernacular materials and styles, as well as containing similar design features to bring consistency within the surrounding development. There have been a number of technical challenges during this application process, which has caused delays, but working closely with our consultants, planning officers and consultees, this has allowed us to overcome these challenges with solutions for a positive outcome. The proposal now seeks to build a good quality, well-planned housing development on an allocated housing site that will positively contribute to the area, as well as the much-needed local housing stock. And I would respectfully ask that the application can be supported following the planning officer's recommendation for approval. Thank you, members, for allowing me to speak on this application today and 2 times. Thanks, Chair.
Right, thank you, Jake. Next, it's David Story. David, you've got, well, 3 minutes starting from now.
Thank you, Chair. I'm back again on this one. Jake, you've obviously explained the background to this. This is an allocated site in the local plan. And in terms of the local plan process, you're all aware it's quite a torturous process and a lengthy process.
where sites coming forward are scrutinised intensely and involve public consultation through examination in public. This is a site that you as a council have identified for housing, and you want to see delivery of housing to meet your housing needs. Through the pre-app process and the submission, we've taken on board officers' comments regarding density and increased the density to 13 and provided affordable housing within that. In terms of the protected trees at the entrance, they're currently saplings that have to be removed to allow access. But we're obviously replacing those trees within development and with an enhanced landscaping scheme as well. There's actually an enhancement in terms of tree coverage and biodiversity. The scheme itself, in terms of delivering much needed housing as identified in the local plan, also provides for affordable housing, a public open space contribution and a net gain in biodiversity, which are all seen as positives. There are no objections from statutory consultees in respect of the application, and this is an application that's been in since May 2019. The local plan was adopted in February 2019, and here's a site that hopefully, if it's endorsed today, will come forward and deliver much needed housing. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thanks, David. Right. Members, it's over to you. Councillor Turner.
Thanks, Chairman. Somebody needs to kick it off, otherwise there'll be a till tea time.
Yeah.
So yeah, fine. I'm fine with this. I have a couple of things, and one of them that follows on from the last conversation we had. There's a reference to gated communities in this from, I believe it was Councillor Thompson, was it, or Smage? So I would again, we don't want this to become a gated community. So if we could take, if obviously could take that into account when they're doing the final detailed plans. And just one other thing, there was talk on about some removal of trees and some possibly replanting of trees. Can I ask that if we do have to replant some trees, or when we're looking at the biodiversity and ecology of this site, that the developer looks not to plant saplings, trees are a little bit bigger than that, or as big as we can get on the site. Trouble with saplings is they take a long time to grow. So I think when we have an opportunity to plant trees these days, we should be moving away from saplings and planting trees a little bit bigger, that's more established, and they will more quickly, if that's a word, help with the climate emergency and environmental impact on this development. So that's my 2 points: no gated community, and where we have to plant trees, we'll look to plant the biggest ones that we can possibly get away with. Thank you.
Thanks, Graham. Councillor Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll echo Councillor Turner what you said, removing of the trees and replanting saplings, mature trees if we can. Can we condition it that there's no gate access? Yet again, happy to see this application. They've worked well. They've actually worked with officers and they've been sensitive as well with this one as well. So I'm happy to support.
Great, thanks, Cathy.
So second you, Turner.
Councillor Granger-Mead.
Thank you. For the sake of sounding a bit like a broken record, because I tend to pick on the same things all the time. I just think sometimes we need to listen to developers, and sometimes developers know what's best for a particular plot, for visual amenity and future-proofing that particular development. It really, really saddens me that that officers are continuously trying to push more homes onto these sites. And whilst I appreciate it is in the local plan, and I get it, and it's allocated for houses, I do get that point. I just wish that we would think, as I said, ahead. There's more and more adults, young adults living at home with families. I mean, I personally have got 2 teenagers over 17, so there could potentially be 4 cars outside my house. I just think a lot of these developments are very, very short-sighted, and I just think in 10, 15 years' time, again, it's going to be one of these developments that we're going to wish we had put extra parking, less houses. I know this is probably going to get passed, but I'm going to carry on making my points for as long as I'm on this committee. And then hopefully one day somebody may actually listen to me. But I know I'm just one person on the committee, but I'm going to keep making my points anyway. So there we are.
Councillor Pinnock.
Thank you, Chair. I used to have a broken record, which I used to go on about public transport, but I will start it up again because one of the ways in which we can stop what Councillor Grey-to-Mead is describing is to improve our public transport facilities. And although I wouldn't expect public transport to go into this development, it's really a very short walk to Bradford Road, where there is a very frequent bus service. I don't feel that going into the future we will necessarily have the same reliance on the private car. I know we do at the moment because it's the to some extent it's the safest place to be if you want to get out and about on your own if you've got a car. But that's something which I think they've done quite a good job on this. Pity they had to get rid of the trees, but the replacement ought to get round that. One other point which I've just noticed, and this applies to a site in Hunsworth, which is just a bit further down Whitehall Road, about a Roman road. It is known that there was a Roman road going east to west somewhere. Nobody knows where quite on this alignment, and it would be very interesting to know if anything is turned up when the site's developed. You would have thought that it would have occurred when the rest of this site was developed, because there's quite a lot of digging been going on around there. This is only a small part of it, but anyway, I thought that was quite an interesting reference in the report. But I support the application.
Right, thanks, Andrew. So, right, Sarah, before we go to a vote, it's been mentioned by Councillor Turner, and I believe Councillor Scott would have told us about no gates and any tree planting to be mature trees that are replanted. So obviously they're come to fruition a lot quicker than your smaller ones, saplings and etc. But adding that on.
Yes, Chair. Just to note that again, it was initially shown on the plans, but was removed. But officers can add a condition there to specify no gates. With respect to the trees and no saplings, there is a condition recommended for a landscaping scheme, and therefore the type, nature, number, size of the species can be addressed under that condition, because we're requiring details of what will be planted. And then with respect, just to add to Councillor Pinnock's comment just then about archaeology, under the list of conditions, there is condition 4 there for a programme of archaeological recording to be submitted. So just thought it was worth mentioning that. Thanks, Chair.
Right, thanks, Sarah. So this has been moved by Councillor Turner, seconded by Councillor Scott. I'll hand over to Andrea for your votes.
Thanks, Chair. Councillor Hall.
For.
Councillor Aptar.
For.
Goodwin.
For.
Granger Mead.
For.
Councillor Lawson.
For.
Councillor Pinnock.
For.
Councillor Scott.
For.
Councillor Sockel.
For.
Councillor Turner.
For.
Carried, Chair.
Right, thanks, Andrea. Next, page 89, and this is Peep Green Road, a Director Hartshead.
Thank you, Chair. This application seeks full planning permission for the erection of 13 dwellings and is presented to committee due to the number of representations received. The application site is located to the east of Peep Green Road at Hartshead and is 0.44 hectares in size and currently in use for horse grazing. The site is bordered by undeveloped greenbelt land to the north. To the east is Hartshead Junior Infant School, and to the southwest are neighbouring residential properties located off School Lane. The whole of the land within the red line boundary comprises a housing allocation in the local plan. The dwellings will be arranged around a new estate road, with 7 fronting directly onto Peep Green Road and the remaining 6 sited in the eastern portion of the site. Each dwelling would have 2 number off-street parking spaces and private amenity space. Landscaping works include the provision of a vegetated wall and retention of the tree screen to the northern boundary and some additional tree planting within the site. The proposed dwellings would be 2 and 2.5 stories in scale and would be 2 and 3 bed. As I've stated, the site comprises a housing allocation in the local plan to which full weight can be given. The erection of 13 dwellings would contribute towards meeting housing delivery targets. The site is a sustainable location and the proposal is considered to be sustainable development. Access is proposed directly from Peep Green Road, which is a 2-way single carriageway road with street lighting present and a posted speed limit of 30 miles an hour. Visibility displays of 2.4 metres by 45 metres will be achieved to the north of the access and 2.4 metres by 43 metres to the south. A pedestrian crossing is proposed at the junction of the entrance with Peep Green Road and one to the south and a slow road marking to the north of the access. 2 visitor parking spaces are proposed near the entrance to the site. Highways Development Management colleagues consider the proposal deals with all queries previously raised and as such they now raise no objections. The indicative capacity in the local plan for this housing allocation is 15 dwellings. The application initially proposed 10, which would have failed to meet housing delivery targets, and it was subsequently resubmitted for 13. Taking into account the site constraints in respect of neighbouring properties adjoining the site, a proposal for 13 dwellings is considered to be a suitable response. The proposed construction materials for the dwellings are natural stone and stone slates, and it is considered that their design, scale, and fenestration detailing and the stepping down of the ridge to respond to the topography of the site would preserve visual amenity. The layout has taken account of comments made by the West Yorkshire Police Designing Out Crime Officer, who also raises no objections. No public open space is proposed on site. However, Hartshead Recreation Ground is within the required accessibility distance of the site, and an off-site contribution is considered to be most appropriate. Overall, the proposed layout, scale and appearance of the dwellings and landscaping works would preserve visual amenity and as well as protecting the amenity of existing neighbouring residential properties. The site is located within Flood Zone 1, where surface water flood risk is very low. Testing has confirmed infiltration is unsuitable and the proposal is to discharge surface water into the public sewer at a rate of 3.5 litres per second. Yorkshire Water has no objection to this rate or points of discharge. The lead local flood authority accept the principle of discharging surface water into an existing public surface water sewer. They have requested further information and clarification on the discharge rates, and details of attenuation and final comments are awaited. In accordance with the update, Officer recommendation is revised to delegate back to complete the Section 106 agreement and address this final drainage matter. In respect of ecology matters, the Council's ecologist considers the potential for significant ecological harm is limited due to the nature of the habitats present, which they consider can be easily mitigated. The proposals are, however, required to demonstrate a biodiversity net gain. The proposal would result in a measured shortfall on site, and the applicant has identified other opportunities to deliver biodiversity gains. The proposal involves 2 parcels of land, both in the same ownership and within 1 kilometre of the application site. These are shown on the slide that's appearing at the moment. The first is a small area of arable land immediately north of the site, which is shown in blue, where it is proposed to plant a hedgerow and provide new pasture land. The second is an area of plantation woodland 1 kilometre northwest of the site, shown in yellow, where works are proposed to move from a crowded plantation to a more functioning woodland habitat. Proposals will provide units of higher grassland habitat and scrub planting than the habitats being lost from the site. The Council's ecologist is satisfied the proposals, both on-site and off-site, will provide sufficient units to achieve the required net gain. As part of the identified woodland falls within the Calderdale Local Authority boundary, enforcement of any future Section 106 and or relevant conditions relating to this part of the woodland would be enforceable by Calderdale Council. Calderdale Council have been consulted and comments are awaited. In accordance with the update, the revised officer recommendation is to delegate back to await their comments. So to summarise, the principle of development is considered to be acceptable. The proposal, subject to completion of a Section 106 agreement, will secure all required contributions in full, including 2 social, affordable rented dwellings and 1 intermediate dwelling, an off-site sum for public open space and the biodiversity net gain. Officer recommendation is therefore for approval as set out in the update. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Sarah. Right, we've got 1 speaker and it's David Story. Right, David, 3 minutes starts now.
Thanks, Chair, members. This is a similar script to the previous application at Birkinshaw. This is an allocated site in the local plan. We've been through negotiation with officers and at their request increased the density and in doing so provided affordable housing on site. There are no objections from either statutory or non-statutory consultees. The application has been through a degree of revision, again through negotiation and working with your officers closely to the scheme that's before you now. Proposed development delivers on an allocated housing site, delivers affordable housing, provides a net gain in biodiversity through land that's in the ownership of the applicant and secured by a Section 106, and provides a public open space contribution to a nearby public open space. So it effectively ticks all the relevant boxes in terms of planning policy, and we would hope that you would support the officer's recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, David. Right. Members, it's over to you. Councillor Granger-Mead.
So it's my personal view that this, even though it is in the local plan, it is still on green belt, and I believe that really we should only be using the green belt as the sort of last resort when all the brownfield sites and all the other sites have been used up. I also think that due to the number of windfall sites that are on this ward, I think that needs to be taken into consideration. Because you are obviously getting a net gain in Liversidge and Gasul ward. So there's no need, in my opinion, to be pushing 13 houses onto a site that the developer thinks is suitable for 10. I do believe there's over intensification of the site, yet again, very similar to the Heathfield, as appears to be the same developer. And I just wish that this site wasn't even before us today, with it being on green belt. I think it's very sad to be losing this meadowland, and I think it's sad for the village as well. So I personally won't be happy about approving the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Goodwin.
Councillor Goodwin, your microphone's on mute. Thank you.
I unmuted it and then I turned it on mute again. Sorry. Sorry, I just want to agree in part with what Councillor Granger Mead said. Certainly in terms of the density of the housing, I think far too many developments are developed with parking spaces in accordance with national framework, which I know is a national framework, but equally it leaves no space for all those surplus cars and all the visitors. And in particular on this particular development, the 7 houses that are fronting onto the main B road in front of the development. Now I understand that they've got parking spaces to the rear, but it's indicative every time this kind of design is come up with, people will just park outside the front of their houses. So it's all well and good putting parking spaces to the rear of the properties, but people just want to park outside the front of the house. So I do sort of question why it's been designed in this way, because I don't think getting cars parked on that road is a good idea. I think all in all, valid points in terms of lots of sites in the area, but equally I understand it's allocated for housing development. So I think if there is going to be something that goes ahead there, then it needs to be done in a lower density with a bit more consideration to the layout of the houses. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Charlotte. Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Chair. Couple of points to make, really. I'm not sure how I'm going to go on this one, but a couple of points to make. One is the highways issue about the speed of the traffic on there. I noticed it came up in several of the objections. I went to visit this yesterday, stood on the verge, and I know this road well anyway, but if we go to not towards the Leeds Road end, but the other end, so if you're coming out of the site up to the right, people do sort of tear around that corner, and it's a downhill into that sort of gap there where you're coming out onto the road. So I'm a little bit wary about what highways find acceptable on there. As ever, I mean, they do find it acceptable within the matrices, but it's how people actually use the site, and that's the difference. That's where the danger lies, isn't it? The other thing I'd ask through you, Chair, is the off-site provision, open land provision. You mentioned through some of it was through Calderdale, land in Calderdale. Do we know the allocation of that land in Calderdale? I'm just thinking if it's not a greenbelt allocation, then we could be just storing up trouble in the future when, if we're building a dependence on this application to something that's outside our control, we just might be sort of getting into a bit of choppy water there. But that's a question through you, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Councillor Turner.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I see what John means about the speed coming down around the corner from the hill there. So I think that is something that officers just ought to take a look at and see what they can do, because it does look as though it's going to be quite an issue. What I'd really like to ask you to explore, and this might be difficult, but I'm going to ask it anyways, given the fact that we're going to build these houses and they're going to be hopefully starter homes and smaller homes, is giving it backs right onto a school, is there a way of making an access controlled by the school so they can be opened during school hours, so children from that estate can go directly onto the school rather than probably being driven around by my mummy and daddy to park at the front of the school? I know these things are often challenging. We'd like to keep schools as secure as Fort Knox these days, but I think a little bit of thought, this might help. I know we've had 1 or 2 areas where we've done this sort of thing before. It's just a thought if officers can have a conversation with the school and the developer.
Thanks, Graham. Good idea, that. Councillor Pinnock.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have some doubts about the way this site is being developed. Frankly, like Councillor Lawson, I went and looked at this site yesterday, and now that I've looked again at the layout, I don't think I was looking at the plan when we looked at the access into and out of the site, and the fact that there are houses whose access, whose front doors will be on Peep Green Road, is a bit worrying, really. And I also need to ask about the footway, because although one is shown on this plan within the boundary of the site, it stops above the site. Well, that's perhaps not surprising, because on that side of Peep Green Road all the way up to the next junction, there aren't any houses anyway. But there is going to be no footway down to the junction in the middle of Hartshead Village, which then might encourage people to walk round to the school, because it's only a few hundred meters really to the school. I'm not totally convinced by this layout. I accept that it's an allocated site and housing will be presumed there, but I just think that there are one or two flaws in the design, it seems to me. Given the point that Councillor Lawson made about if you are coming out of this site, you can't see very well to the right because of the way the road slopes. You're on the inside of a bend there, and it's downhill, so traffic will tend to be well, it is supposed to be 30 miles an hour, but they'll be on the edge of that, the top edge probably. And I am not really convinced. I think a different layout might have been better, with the development actually turning its back onto the main road. Not quite sure what to do about that. I think that refusal might be in order, but I will wait and see what Matthias has to say about it.
Right. Cathy Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually, it's the design of the site. I really have got problems about everything everybody has said about the doors, where they're opening. I'm worried about the sight lines as well, the highways. I wanted to speak to Matthias about it because I want some more clarity about the land in Calderdale. I think that's going to be a major issue in itself. So it's just to ask, I think Andrew Pinnock and everybody's asked the question. I think we need clarity, because I was going to move for a deferral rather than a refusal, but I don't think I can if it's to do with the site design and things. So I'll wait for Matthias's comments before I make my judgment.
Make your move.
Right, Matthias.
Yeah, no pressure then. Okay. Okay, look, I hear those comments. I think if we go back to where the plan was, when the plan was conceived, the local plan, and we identified this as a site, and it went through that examination process, I think there always would have been a highway access onto this road. I don't think there would have been anywhere else you could access it from. So I think the point is about, is it in the best location? And I think we've done our surveys, that the applicants have done their surveys, we've assessed that. So you do have 2 footways either side of that vehicular entrance into the site. Then you have small front gardens, and then those houses set back. So you do have sufficient sight lines for the speed surveys that have been identified along that road. You're getting 2 new footways in. Generally speaking, houses should always front onto roads in terms of sort of design principles and placemaking. And therefore that encourages parking to the rear in that sort of communal not semi-communal setting. They're allocated spaces, of course. I think in terms of what you can ask an applicant to do on their land that's in their gift, you've gone as far as you can in terms of design and access, both for pedestrian and for the highways. I think the issue around the woodland to the north, which is in Calderdale, is a very valid point. It's obviously a woodland. We have asked Calderdale for their comments on that. It is within the ownership of the applicant. It would seem logical that you could enhance that through an ecological plan and add that net gain biodiversity requirement that the planning policies are requiring you to get. In terms of making a sort of mixed community of house types and access and dealing with all the planning policy requirements. In terms of a layout, I'm not sure you would design something significantly different to use the site efficiently to create these size properties. I don't think there's always an alternative design. Of course there is, members, but in terms of a sort of developed design and layout consideration that all your engineers and officers have looked at and consultees, I'm not sure there's significant harm with this scheme. So I'll probably put myself out there a little bit against the grain with members there, but I'm not sure what you would want us to go away and look at in terms of a different point of access, because it would always be roughly in this location, whether it's a metre north or south of that. So sorry, I'm not necessarily on script there, members, but I think it's quite a good scheme on the face of it, but that's a subjective design view, so I'll probably give over there. I think it'd be helpful maybe to hear from your highway engineer, just so you've got that comfort that they've taken you through an analysis of the access and safety, because obviously that's the starting point of all sites. So Ryan, can I draw you in if the chair's comfortable with that? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. Just going back to the position of the site access. If you look, it's located centrally within the red line boundary of the site. Now, that's been done to achieve the maximum visibility within the land that they own. So if it was too far north or south, you wouldn't be able to achieve that visibility. So that's why it's provided centrally. The footways to the site frontage are also provided to maximise the required sight lines, which are 45 metres. Now, initially, I did have concerns about these vehicle speeds, as has been mentioned by ward members. So we asked the applicant to commission an independent speed survey, which they did. Those results came back, and as I say, it was independent, not carried out by themselves. They came back at 28 miles an hour and 30 miles per hour in each direction, which was acceptable in that respect. Just touching back to Councillor Goodwin's comment on the parking provision to the frontage of the properties. Now, because this is a classified road, vehicles need to enter and exit the parking provision in forward gear. So if that was going to be to the property frontages, you're going to take up too much room, and basically you're minimising development in that respect. So it makes sense to be able to provide the parking to the rear to enable turning within the site itself. I think that's covered everything. If there's anything else, feel free to come back to me. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thanks, Ryan. 3 more to speak. Councillor Granger Mead.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to move to refuse this application on the basis of the over-intensification of the site, the highways concerns, and actually I think the highway survey, was it done between 12 and 3, so I'm not sure, how valid that is. I think it would have been more valid if it was done during rush hour, and on the basis of the loss of biodiversity. However, at this point, I'd also like to just pick up on Graham's suggestion, because if on the off chance this does get approved, I would not want access to the school via this cul-de-sac. I think that would cause a whole host of disaster with this cul-de-sac, because you will get people parking in there, pulling in, pulling out, dropping kids off to walk through. This site is not suitable for that sort of level of traffic, and I would definitely not want that to be an accessible point to the school. But anyway, my point is, I move to refuse this application. Thank you.
Cathy Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to support the officer's recommendations. Thanks, Ryan. I think you helped us out with the highways, and Matthias particularly with the design. as well. It's a better understanding for me. And with there being pathways, I totally agree with you, Councillor Granger Mead, about opening up an access point. I think it'd be a thoroughfare for other parents to come into a new estate or a new housing area. So they've just cut through all the time. So I'm happy to support the officer's recommendations.
Thanks, Cathy. Councillor Goodwin.
Just going back to the point about the location of the houses, I'm not entirely sure it was fully addressed. I wasn't necessarily suggesting that the driveways should be on the front of the houses. I think that the orientation of the houses and the spacing of the houses should be reconsidered. Of particular concern, when they're talking about highways and the visibility displays, it's all well and good having those visibility displays at the moment, but as soon as the residents of those houses start parking on the main street, you've lost all your visibility. So I think the only way you could possibly conceivably support this design in its current phase is if double yellow lines were put in front of those footpath areas in front of the properties to stop people parking there, to force them to the back. Because you've got to bear in mind, particularly the 4 houses to the north of the site, they've got double the driveways have got cars parked one in front of the other. And again, people invariably take path of least resistance, and if one car's on there and they think, oh, I'm gonna have to get my car out, they're not going to park behind another car, so they're going to go and park somewhere else, and they'll think, I'll just mount the curb and stick my car in front of it. It's just natural human behaviour. So I think people need to, mitigation needs to be put into that, or the houses need to be replaced and redesigned so it becomes easier for people to park in their allocated parking spaces, and not so easy as it currently is for them just to park in front of their houses and ruin the visibility displays and the pedestrian access of people coming in and out of the site as well. So that for me is a serious concern on the design as it stands. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Charlotte. Councillor Pinnock.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I still have a problem with the footpath, the footway, because it stops, and the bottom bit down into the middle of the village just isn't there. So unless somebody can reassure me on that point, I'm not prepared at the moment to support approval of this. That needs to be sorted out. So I would probably go for a deferral, but I will wait and see if anybody seconds either of the proposals that we have on the table.
Right. Thanks, Andrew. Councillor Akhtar.
I support the officer recommendation and second Cathy Scott's proposal.
Right, thank you. Matthias.
Yeah, I think because it's been moved and seconded, I don't know if I can add any value now to what I was going to suggest. I hear what members are saying, but within the limitations of the land ownership, we've maximised the potential here. And as future sites come on, you might get more footways coming through that we can secure. And there is an incremental net gain to footways and other things that come along as we get more developments. New developments help deliver some of the infrastructure needs that we want. I do hear the challenges that Councillor Goodwin has alluded to, and I do think that members have to strike that balance all the time between using land efficiently but making good places that people live in well and harmoniously, but equally using land efficiently generates a value that ensures that we deliver our planning obligations to help our housing needs and our affordable housing needs. And I think it's one of these ones where members just need to strike a balance across those planning objectives and come to their own judgment. I'm pretty sanguine, so I'll back out now. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Matthias. Graham.
Thank you. I think it's actually not. Now we've had the highways explained to us, and you look at it in detail on sort of Google Earth, you can see in the middle is the best place for it, because you've got cars pulling off above it with those houses and cars below it. So it's actually in the best place. And the more I look at the site, the more I think this is probably about as good as you're going to get. I think one of the officers alluded to the fact that front doors are on the front. So I think that's perfectly logical, and that's what people expect. So I think the layout's as good as we're going to get, and as I say, I'm happy now I've had the highways explained, and I've had a better look myself. I'm a bit confused by your footpath, Andrew, because I'm looking again on Google, and not much, more or less at the bottom of the site. There's a footpath starts then into the thing. So I think
Oh, right, fair enough. No, that's
where it comes to the back of the little bungalow there's a footpath that goes down on both sides of the road. So it's going to join up. So I think there will be a full footpath the length of it.
No,
there's nothing going north, but also
not
I think that's been solved actually. So I'm supportive of this because it's an allocated site. I think the developers work really well with officers. We've had explanations to all our concerns. I think I will be supporting this.
Thanks, Graham. Mohan.
Yeah, very quickly. Councillor Goodwin has proposed if they put some double yellow line on the front of those back houses. Is that possible by highway officer to do that?
Ryan or Matthias?
Yeah. Would you like me to go in through you, Chair?
Yeah.
We can request a section 106 contribution towards weighting restrictions, but what you have to bear in mind is that there's a separate legal process aside to planning, and that could draw objections in itself. So it's not actually guaranteed to be accepted, and you wouldn't be able to refuse planning on a separate legal process, if you understand what I'm saying. So we could pursue it, but it's not guaranteed to come forward.
Can we put the condition by approving this one? Yeah. No.
I don't think you can. Sorry to rudely interrupt. I don't think you can, because if it's acceptable in highway safety terms and it works, then the design has mitigated the issue. Councillor Goodwin's point is perfectly reasonable, but if that issue does develop, then the highway authority has an obligation thereafter to deal with any issue. But I think on the face of what you're being asked to consider today, if the design is acceptable and the highways is acceptable, you either need to come to a decision against that, or you have to go with that position that you've been recommended at. I think you couldn't meet the legal test to put it on as a nice to. It has to be justified against those tests, Councillor Sokol. So I would always try and secure things for our members wherever possible in our communities, but I have to do it within the limitations of the planning system in this instance. So that would be my advice, not to proceed on that, because we can't secure it, and we can't say that without it the development is unacceptable.
Right.
Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah.
Right. Thanks, Matthias. Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to circle back to what I said about provision of open land in another authority here. I have some real issues here about deliverability and enforcement. Am I the only one in the room who's struggling with this?
I can take you through that, Councillor Lawson. I think you raise a valid point. Please do,
Matthias. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Chair. Apologies. Please, may I speak? I should.
Yeah.
Apologies, members. That's rude of me. So, we consulted Calderdale on it. It's a woodland. It's owned by the applicant. It's on the face of it, it's deliverable. We haven't had the response from Calderdale. They're stuck in their local plan examination, so most of their staff are waylaid with that experience, as we all know. I think the reality is, if it's a woodland and it's deliverable, then there's a reasonable prospect of achieving that. If that comes back and we can't deliver it, we would bring this back to members on that point. So I think it isn't in our enforceable boundary. You make that point, Councillor Lawson. That's right. It isn't. But if it's a requirement of planning permission that bisects a boundary, then it's an obligation that the developer will have to satisfy themselves. If they can't satisfy it, they're not satisfying their planning permission, and they'll have to come back on that point.
So, sorry, Chair, through you, is that a pre-commencement issue then?
I don't think it necessarily goes to the heart of the matter as such. I think you could enable development, but you could have a trigger point in time that ensures that obligation is satisfied. And if they can't get past that trigger point, then they breach their planning permission at that point.
I would, again through you, Chair, I would very much like that trigger point to be established and made clear with the developer.
yeah, half of it's ours, half of it's Calderdale's, as we're dealing it, we're getting into the very granular detail here. But obviously it needs to go into Calderdale to fulfil the net gain obligation that they've identified as a requirement, and they've said they will deliver, and they own it. So there's a lot of certainty in all of that. But I think it is a point that we need to clarify again. So I still think there's enough certainty that as a woodland that it's not going to change land use. But if there was an issue, then we would need to bring that back as a change of planning circumstances. You've got a section 106 to draw up. There is a consultation with Calderdale in train. I don't see how, if they come back and say it's fine, then the resolution would be accepted if that's the way committee go. If they can't deliver that, then there's a change of planning circumstances, and it's quite reasonable to bring something back to say they're going to have to look again, and this committee needs to be aware of that, and that's a change that members would need to then confirm. So that's my advice, I think, on that, Councillor Lawson. But I can pick up your point that you wanted it earlier in the development process to give more certainty. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just an unusual set of circumstances, and when we're dealing with something that's as finely balanced as this, you know, it just feels right that we should bottom that out. Thank you.
Okay, noted. Thank you.
Right. Try and make some headway. We've got one proposal which hasn't been seconded, and that was for refusal. The officer's recommendation has been moved by Councillor Scott and seconded by Councillor Akhtar. So in that case, I'll go to Andrea.
Can we just clarify, is that with an additional condition, no access back to the school while the call was there?
Yeah.
Yeah, should that condition
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
On that, no, we'll move to Andrea and we'll go to the vote.
Councillor Hall?
For.
For.
Councillor Goodwin?
Against.
Councillor Granger-Mead?
Against.
Councillor Lawson?
For.
Councillor Pinnock?
For.
Scott?
For.
Councillor Sokol?
For.
Councillor Turner?
For.
So that's carried with the additional condition.
Right, I'm wary of time. It's nearly 20 to 4. I don't know if you want 5 minutes break or whether you want to crack on.
Have a break.
Have a break.
Have a break.
Right, you've been on a break all afternoon.
I haven't.
Right, we'll take 5 minutes then.
Okay.
Right, round two. Agenda item 12, page 107, and we're at Cliff Lane in Gasul.
Thank you, Chair. This application is brought to the Heavy Woollen Planning Subcommittee at the request of Councillor Andrew Pinnock. 16 representations have been received over 2 rounds of publicity. The application site relates to an existing agricultural building in a former farm complex of residential dwellings. The site is accessed from Cliff Lane and is located within the green belt. Planning permission is sought for the extension and alterations of the disused agricultural building to form one dwelling. As members can see from the slide, the plans show an area of amenity space and parking associated with the proposed dwelling. Officers are satisfied that the design and scale of the building is acceptable and there would be no harm to the openness of the green belt. I'll just go back to that elevation now. In terms of residential amenity, a small part of the building is proposed to be demolished and the amenity space has been designed to ensure that there would be an acceptable impact on residential amenity. The current slide shows the extent of the previous application. So it's important for members to note that previous application, as you can see now, was refused. In officer's opinion, all the previous reasons for refusal have now been overcome. This slide shows the actual existing building. And as you can see, the changes proposed to the building are minimal and its appearance would remain similar. This shows the access from Cliff Lane. In terms of highway safety, Highways Development Management colleagues are satisfied that there will be no highway safety issues. The proposed dwelling would have dedicated parking and would not displace parking for the other residential properties within Land's Farm. The access from Cliff Lane is acceptable and the slight intensification of use of the access would not result in highway safety issues. Considering all of the above, officers are recommending approval of the application as set out in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Sarah. Right, first speaker that we've got is Ryan Gill. Right, Ryan, your 3 minutes starts from now.
Okay, so I'd just like to start by saying I've lived on the farm for several years. There's been multiple planning applications that have been approved. I haven't objected to one. So hopefully that demonstrates that I'm trying to sort of, well, that have been reasonable in the past and that clearly have issues with this for definite reasons. I just want to say as well that on this planning application, every resident that lives here permanently has objected to it, 100%. And of the people that will be speaking, they can. So one of the applicants is, or one of the objectors, sorry, is elderly. And I think a couple are not wanting to do so for basically feeling anxious about the process. So that's just as a high-level overview. The site, I think, is put it at peak capacity, and that's highlighted in a previous application. Can everyone hear me, sorry?
Yeah.
Yeah. During before COVID, parking was certainly an issue. I think now at the minute where we're not having any visitors, it's not as much of an issue. But number 2, number 3, and number 4 Landsfold clearly don't have 2 car parking spaces, which have been, that's what's been highlighted or shown on the plans. They only actually have 1. The visitor spaces in front of the main farm, they don't meet what I believe, and I used to be an architect, as regulated visitor spaces, and also the main farm on a regular parks commercial vehicles on there. So this means then that many or frequently or every day cars park on the access track, which causes an issue. The track is on a gradient, and the surface is like a coarse gravel. So quite often vehicles that come right down to the bottom where this proposal is, they get stuck because they go right down and try to reverse out. Now, if an amenity space is put there, a garden, it's just absolutely going to exasperate that, which I think is a health and safety risk. So if we need emergency vehicles down there, I don't think they'll be able to turn and they'll have to reverse out and get stuck. My car parking spaces for my property, which it's been written into planning, requires 3. They've all been moved to the left onto that steep gradient. I don't think a topographical survey has been provided, and that's not been taken into account. On previous applications, it's been noted that the farm has reached a saturation point.
You wrap up, please.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Trudy Wassell. Trudy, you have 6 minutes starting from now.
Hello, my name's Trudy Wassell and I live at Lamb's Farm. Lamb's Farm still is very much a working farm and there are many agricultural vehicles using the drive, and this needs to be taken into account with regard to the pass and play, the width of the drive and the servicing of septic tank. Taking this into consideration, the new property will have created a car parking space, a bin store jutting out onto the access road, which will reduce the width of the drive further and make it difficult for vehicles to manoeuvre and turn at the very bottom of the access road. Please note that the driveway is only part concrete and the lower part consists of crushed stone. The latest development would take the total number of dwellings at Lamb's Farm to 10. I was told that the maximum number of dwellings off a private drive was 6, so this is a significant jump up. Considering that almost all residents have 2 cars apiece, plus visitors and deliveries, and the agricultural vehicles, this significantly increases the volume of traffic on such a small private drive, which is an unadopted road. In the decision notice for application number 2016-62-90339, the decision states that it brought to the applicant's attention that the site of Lamb's Farm has reached a saturation point where any further intensification and use of the site would be unlikely to be supported with regard to highway safety, as well as overdevelopment of the site as a whole and the impact on the listed building. Please also note that in the current delegated report submitted by the planning officer at point 10.13, it is referred to near Thomas admitting to the intensification of the residential use over and above the existing situation. The layout has altered in that an amenity space has been created and has pushed 3 car parking spaces and turning circle further down the slope. This has not resolved the problem, but exacerbates the problem further. The website has not been updated to show any reference to Highway's opinion on this matter, or is this altered in relation to previous planning applications. I would ask the council to please consider how this property would impact on the residents already living at Lamb's Farm. I'm now reading a representation from my parents, Mr. and Mrs. Gary Hanson, that live at Ash Tree Cottage. We are Mr. and Mrs. Gary Hanson, and we live at Ash Tree Cottage at Lamb's Farm. We'd be grateful if you could note the following points. We've lived on the site for over 12 years, and in that time we've seen a continuous development of buildings. When further development began at number 1 Lansfold, 3 car parking spaces and a turning circle were created to accommodate this under the planning permission in 2012. When further houses were created, the same turning circle was shown on the approved permissions in 2014 and 2016. In 2018 and 2019, planning permission was again sought for the current development. 1 application was eventually withdrawn and 1 refused. The applicant, in wanting to create a garden for the new development, decided to re-site the turning circle over to Ash Tree Cottage. In a conversation with Highways on 7th of March 2019, when asked for clarification, it was confirmed that 1 cannot be re-sited onto someone else's property purely for the benefit of future planning development. Please note that there's never been a turning area for cars at Ashtree Barn or Ashtree Cottage on the site, only a refuge turning area. And Highways confirmed that a vehicle of refuge turning areas are entirely different things and this will not be allowed. Please note that no legal notice has been served on us to this respect if this is altered in the new application. When Mrs Waffle spoke to Miss Thomas a few weeks back to ask what would happen if the new residents had 2 cars and where their visitors would park, because we just can't presume that because it's a 1-bedroom property that they won't have a car each. Miss Thomas replied that they just park somewhere on the complex. They realised the problem, we're at saturation point and there's no available parking spaces left. We are also a little concerned about the garden area on the new development. It will have no privacy whatsoever. It seems to wrap around the building and the new residents will be technically sitting on the access road next to the bin store. This will not offer any privacy for the residents of number 1 Lansfold or the new residents. There are no gardens at the front of numbers 1 to 4 Lansfold, and this will be the only one, and it will be out of keeping. Please also note that Cliff Lane has no bus route, and you have to walk to Bradford Road or up to the West End pub to find the nearest bus stop, so a car is vital if you need to live on the complex. I'd also like to point out that if the applicant had approached the council to ask for 9 properties to be developed in one go, there would have been an extensive report, topographical surveys, etc. drainage done. But as these developments have been done over a number of years, I feel that the basic infrastructure has been overlooked and things have been allowed to slip under the radar. Thank you for listening.
Right, Trudy, thank you. Next, it's Ben Cheetham. Starting from now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi. Yeah. So obviously, thanks for letting me be on the call. Just going over the points that I made previously was number 1, which was the parking at my place at the moment. There should be 2, but there's actually only 1, which leaves myself to be parking in one of the visitor spots. Taking up one of those. The apartment next door, not the apartment, but the holiday let next door, that's rented out 100% of the time with 2 cars allocated to that, which then further dilutes all the spaces on the site. The farm's still working, so at the moment, Mr. Bean and Mrs. Bean, they currently have JCBs, race car, numerous other long wheelbase cars and vans and whatnot that's parked. So there's a number of times either the partner next door is blocked in or we've been blocked in. And I can't think of the other thing that was on that now, but that's pretty much it. I mean, obviously the turning circle at the bottom is struggling with the Asda van and the Tesco van that have been stuck 2 or 3 times. The gradient of the land, that was a significant problem when they've come down, because it's not actually a tarmac road, it's loose impediment, which when you've got a heavy vehicle coming round in a small turning circle, they've been stuck numerous times. And yeah, I think that's it really off the top of my head. So yeah, no, thank you.
Right, thanks Ben.
All right, thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next
Cheers, bye.
is Geraldine Hickley. Right,
Okay, thank you very much.
Right, Geraldine, I'll set your timer. You have 3 minutes starting from now.
Okay. I live at 2 Lansfold, Cliff Lane, which is adjacent to the proposed development. And these are my following objections. Overdevelopment. After I bought my house in 2014, a planning officer visited the building work at number 3 next door. He noticed that Mr. Bean was working on converting the barn next to number 3 into a house without planning permission. The planning officer assured me that Mr. and Mrs. Bean would not get planning permission as the lane was already overdeveloped in 2014. So much for the word of a planning officer. The barn was approved, and here we go again. Point 10.34, highway safety issues. I assume the site visit was made during working hours when most of my neighbours are at work and their cars are not on site. If this development goes ahead, I will be locked in my drive for the following reasons. There is no space for visitor parking in the lay-by on the lane in the evenings, as Mr. Bean's 4x4 trailer, possible rally cars and farm machinery, plus 2 cars from the tenants of Mr. and Mrs. Bean's long-term let property use this lay-by. When there are any visitors for numbers 1, 2, 3 or 4, the cars park opposite my drive, which is not a problem, as with care, I can pull out close to the wall of the proposed development. With a new parking space, I will have nowhere to go. The highways officer may not have had an issue with the proposed development, but would the fire brigade agree if, God forbid, they could refuse to go to the end of the lane because the fire brigade require a minimum turning circle of 19.2 between walls, and the approach and departure angles must have a very low gradient. You have heard from owners of number 1 that delivery lorries get stuck on the steep gradient. I would like to also add that the fire brigade require 9 metres between walls, and with the inclusion of the new car parking space, there would not be 9 metres clearance for a fire brigade engine to get access to any turning circle.
You wrap up, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Darren Bailey. Right, Darren, you've 3 minutes starting from now.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing us to speak on behalf of our client. As already mentioned, the site has been subject to a previous application which was refused on the grounds of scale of extensions being proposed being overbearing, the loss of visual amenity, of the visual appearance rather of the original building, and the displacement of vehicle parking established in a wider site development approved in 2012. We agree with all these, and indeed we've spent the last 6 months negotiating with your officers on each and every one of these points. The officers are satisfied now that we have dealt with each and every one of these individual points. You know, we've made numerous amendments, including scale, amenity, parking, since the application was submitted in February. It's also, I think, important to note that the agricultural building could possibly be changed under PD as a classification Q from its current use into residential. And we did indeed receive on the 14th of September an email from the officer saying that they were satisfied and the application was going to be written up for an approval. So naturally, we were surprised when we were advised it was going to be coming before the committee. And you know, we do wonder whether or not this is nothing more than sort of a namely sort of disagreement. We would respectfully ask that you go with your officer's recommendations. As I said, we have worked with them for a period of 6 months on a relatively small project, and they're minded to approve the application. So yeah, we'd ask that you go along with the officer's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. Right. Members, it's over to you. Councillor Pinnock.
Thank you, Chair. As has been said, it was I who asked this to come to committee because I'd had representations from the people who live on the site who weren't happy at all with the circumstances under which their lives carry on. It is quite interesting that I think all the people who live down there, except the applicant, have sent in representations about this. I think that says something about the state of affairs on this site, and there are all sorts of issues which some of which you've already heard from the residents, which are all quite genuine, I think, and shows a degree of concern about the gradual planning creep, if I can put it that way, on this site, where there've been application after application, and as one of the speakers said, if it had all come in at once, something would have been done about the overall picture. But one of my biggest concerns is the fact that this hamlet, it's an attractive little place, I have to say, is quite a long way from the road. I don't know what the exact distance is, but you can see on the first vertical air photograph that there's all that road and probably a bit more before you get onto Cliff Lane, and only a bit of it has got a hard surface. Some of it isn't. Yes, the Cliff Lane is below the bottom of that picture. So I do wonder, and one of the people mentioned this. One of the speakers mentioned this. That is the rule about 6 dwellings off a private drive still applicable? Because it does seem to me that because of the distance involved from where all these houses are, all these dwellings are, to the road, you've got a long stretch which is not made to adoptable standards, and it's probably not wide enough, for instance. The gradient is quite steep, and some comment has been made about that. So I think that we've got a situation here where the parking situation is certainly unsatisfactory, and there are potential conflicts all over the place, as has been mentioned by various speakers. I was thinking what to do about this, and my first reaction was to suggest we defer it so that officers can look at all the issues that have been raised by the residents. And I mean, I have to point out that, of course, these people deal with the issues down there on a daily basis. It's through no encouragement of mine that they've come forward with this. So I don't live there. So I think we need some answers to the issues that have been raised. And whilst I accept that we've got an existing building here which is to be converted, there are issues surrounding that, as has been mentioned, about amenity space, which I don't think have also been addressed. So I'll stop there, Chair, and let someone else have a go.
Right, Andrew, I must say your comments, I agree with them, all of them entirely. And one thought that did come into my head was either 5 or 6 dwellings down a private road like this, and if it's a bit like a fungus, it keeps spreading, does this? Surely lampposts must come into play somewhere. But I'll take guidance off highways officers for that.
Yeah.
Next one is Councillor Granger Mead.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Personally, for me, I think this building would be more suitable as a garage rather than a residential property. But putting another residential property on this site would, I believe, ruin the visual amenity for the current residents with all the displaced cars and it being another glorified car park. I'm just picking up on Andrew's point. I mean, we've had no clarification whether or not, the access is for 6 houses with a private drive. I'm surprised they've allowed 10, to be fair. I'm quite surprised there's so many already on the site that have gone, I don't know, unnoticed by planning committees. I don't know. And personally, I don't want to be responsible for causing misery to the current residents. So on that basis, I would actually move to refuse this application, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Kathy Scott.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think it comes back to what Councillor Granger Mead said earlier today about parking. This applications on this site have been so bitty. If they'd have come together as one, it would have been an issue possibly resolved with the parking. But because how it is and it's come along, I think to allow this to go ahead will further exacerbate this conversion, would cause more trouble. There's definitely highways issues. It's a working farm. And there's other machinery and other users coming in and out of that area. I'm going to second Councillor Granger Mead's objection to this site and the refusal, because I think it's over intensification of a site. I think enough's enough.
Thanks, Kathy. Graham.
Thanks, thanks, Chair. It's an interesting one, isn't it? It's shall we say?
Yes.
I agree pretty much with what everybody said to a point, but the point I'm struggling with is on what grounds would we refuse it, and what would deferring it do, given the fact that the developer's been speaking to planning officers for 6 months and they've come up with a plan that both works for both. I always feel a bit loath to throw something out when developers have worked really close with officers and come up with a workable plan. I think that shows an intent on their part, which is not something we always get or often get with developers. So I'm thinking about it. I'm struggling to justify how I could object to it. That's my problem. But I'm thinking about it. I'm waiting to see what everybody else says.
I think I get your drift there, Graham. Totally. Well, I do. Matthias.
Thank you, Chair. I think I may just hang fire or keep my powder dry until Councillor Lawson speaks. But there's clearly a concern about the intensification of the access, the impact on the comings and goings and parking, and the general intensification, and that's a reason in itself. It may be one that it could be debated at an appeal, but it's not an unreasonable position to arrive at, having debated and listened to the speakers and read the reports and watched the presentations and so on. So I can see where the committee feeling is, but perhaps other members may want to come in and embellish that or challenge that or ask me some questions. So I'll pull out there, Chair. Thank you.
Right. Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for that, Matthias. I think you've probably just kind of summed up where I was going with that. There is a cumulative effect of this development, and take a step back, half close your eyes, and it's one big development, and it doesn't look like planning as we know it on this committee. It looks like, I think, was it Councillor Pinnock's planning creep? It doesn't look like planning with intent to make reasonable living accommodation for people. It is an organic sort of development, really, which I don't think we should really be supporting. Yes, so cumulative effect of the development, I think, is probably what's in my heart here that really puts me off this. I did start off with deferral in mind, but then I thought, is there a reasonable resolution to my mind? And I thought, well, probably not, actually. Not without something very major going on the site, which would make it a separate application. Thanks.
Thanks, John. Councillor Goodwin.
Just to sort of say what I'm sort of thinking, really, Chair. I think I'm probably going to move for refusal, primarily because I just feel like the site's being overdeveloped. I think it's just one step too far. And as you know, just to reinforce the comments that have been by a lot of people here, it's just, if it had been a collective development, you'd be looking at this one little thing and thinking, actually, you know, you should re-establish that. Maybe that should be part of one of the other houses. So I think it's just a step too far. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mohan, and then it will be Councillor Pinnock. Mohan.
Yeah, Chair, I think if we go for deferral, I think I doubt it if the committee will gain anything of that, because I already heard negotiation with the applicant been going on for the last 6 months. Not much have been achieved. Yeah. I understand what Matthias said, you know, he might take it to the appeal, so and so. I think sometime we have to take the stand, yeah? We have to take stand, yeah? I think it's been moved and second to refuse this application, so I go for that.
Thanks, Mohan. Andrew?
Yes, thank you, Chair. As I said at the beginning, I wasn't looking for a refusal because I for all sorts of reasons, including the one about lots of negotiations have taken place, as Councillor Turner has mentioned. What I was initially looking for was some clarification, particularly in regard to this intensification of use on a private drive, which I think has gone too far, and I'm not quite clear how that's happened. It did occur to me whether this six dwellings off a private drive rule had didn't exist anymore, but it's most unsatisfactory, really, and I think I could be tempted to come round to the views of those who've moved and seconded refusal, but I think I would like to hear what Mr. Franklin says about this before I commit myself.
Matthias.
Thank you, Chair. Well, planning is an art, not a science, and so it's good practice, as members have clearly set out in their concerns, to achieve adoptable standards where roads are being used intensively or increased activity is taking place, and we can secure the types of highway layout arrangements that make it good for servicing and access vehicles and passing places and the street lights and all those other things. They may not be appropriate in a green belt in terms of amenity, but that's why we aim for after 5 dwellings to get to an adoptable standard with the design layouts of roads, whether they be existing or new. So it is good planning, and therefore it is something we look to achieve. It isn't a hard and fast rule, because you have historic situations such as this, or incremental developments like this, where they just add up. But at a tipping point that this committee feels that it seems to have reached, and I capture what members have been saying, and it feels like there are manifestations of overdevelopment that have been discussed in this committee today that cause the concern, and the reason that you are moving against the recommendation. And therefore, I think those are summarised around intensification of an access road which isn't up to an adoptable standard, the unsatisfactory arrangements between the proposed development and the existing residential properties and other properties there, leading to a concern about proper planning. So those things are design matters in effect, as opposed to perhaps pure highway safety in their own right, because you have to be able to demonstrate substantial harm for a highway safety. So what you're sort of describing is this is an inappropriate or a poor design scheme in its context, and therefore it's out of character and out of keeping, and therefore it's harmful. And therefore it strikes me that that is your reason for refusal, and we will attach the relevant planning policies within the local plan that accord to design on that matter. Is that about a summarised, Chair? Are you?
I'm very happy with that. Yeah, I think Mohan said something, and I think it's time that we stood together and said, no, enough's enough. It's a bit here and a bit there, and it could go on forever and a day, could this? And it's time that we said, no, enough is enough. So I'm quite happy to refuse it.
Can I just come in for one moment, Chair? Is Matthias happy that we can find planning reasons to articulate what members of the committee have said, and moreover ones that would stand up at an appeal? Because I have this feeling that if we refused it, an appeal will follow.
We can't second guess that, Councillor Pinnock, of course.
No,
of course not. But your audit of thought as a committee is a reasonable decision to arrive at. Yeah. It therefore stands up to challenge that the committee's reason would be a defendable ground at appeal. It may not win the day, but that's an appeal and an inspector, and that's not what this committee should concern itself with. It should concern itself with the merits of the case, having listened to it and come to a balanced view. And I think you've articulated that, and I think we can take that away. Should it be appealed, we will do our best to defend it, and we'll bring the results back if it goes that way. But you're second guessing. So on the face of what you've come to, committee, I don't think you've arrived at something that is unreasonable and therefore at risk of not having a good chance being defended. But you know, that's something down the line. That's so. I yes, there is a design reason here.
Thank you, Matthias.
Right. Thanks, Matthias. Right, so we'll crack on. It's been moved by Councillor Granger-Mead for refusal, seconded by Councillor Scott. I'll go to Andrea and we'll go round table.
Councillor Hall.
Refuse it.
Councillor Axel.
Refuse it.
Councillor Goodwin.
Refuse.
Councillor Granger-Mead.
Refuse.
Councillor Lawson.
Refuse.
Councillor Pinnock.
For.
Can I just be clear here? We're all voting for refusal. Some are saying refusal.
For refusal.
You voted for refusal, yeah. Councillor
That's
Scott.
right. Yes.
Refuse.
Refusal. Councillor Stockwell.
Refuse.
And Councillor Turner.
Refuse.
So all members have voted for the application to be refused.
Right.
Okay, carried.
Next, item 13, page 121, and this is Whiteley Colliery, Leeds Road, Etmondwyke.
Thank you, Chair. This is a full planning application for the demolition of existing buildings and the erection of 15 dwellings with the formation of new access and associated works on land at the Old Whiteley Colliery, Leeds Road, Etmondwyke. Sorry, just go back. The application site measures 1.78 hectares and consists of a cluster of former industrial buildings surrounded by hard-standing and overgrown areas. Although the site is formerly a colliery site, it was last used as a specialist metalworks with access taken from Leeds Road. All of the site is within the green belt. This aerial image shows that the site has a rural setting with agricultural fields found to the north and west and a cluster of stone-built residential properties at Muffet Lane to the east. A residential property can be found to the entrance to the site, as well as at the edge of the settlements of Batley and Heckmondwike, and be found to the south is Leeds Road. We'll just move on to some photos within the site now. So the images on the left-hand side show the existing overgrown area within the eastern portion of the site. The images on the right-hand side of this slide show the buildings to be demolished, which consist of a number of brick and metal-cladded single-storey buildings. The top left-hand side image shows the existing access arrangements with Leeds Road, which also shares its access with 93 Leeds Road. The top right-hand side image shows the site's relationship with Muffet Lane. The bottom left-hand side image shows views of the settlement's edge to the south of the site, and the bottom right image shows the rural vernacular found on Muffet Lane. The proposal would result in the demolition and site clearance of the former industrial buildings with amendments to the existing access road so that it just serves 93 Leeds Road. 15 dwellings are proposed to be erected in the western portion of the site, set around a new cul-de-sac road layout that connects with Muffet Lane to the northeast. Public open space in the form of soft landscaping is proposed between the proposed houses and Muffet Lane in the eastern portion of the site. The proposed site plan image on the left here shows indicatively the proposed landscaping scheme. 3D images on the right shows how the character and built form of the site would change from being defined by an industrial premises to a residential estate. This slide shows the proposed street scenes. The top one shows the dwellings facing Muffet Lane, whilst the one underneath is from within the proposed development. The slide also shows another image demonstrating how a refuse vehicle could access the estate along the proposed new road with Muffet Lane, which would also be gated. This slide shows some of the proposed house types. The development would consist of 3 two-bed terrace dwellings, 7 3-bed dwellings in either a terrace or a semi-detached combination, 3 4-bed dwellings, either detached or semi-detached, and 2 5-bed detached dwellings. Officers have had extensive negotiations with the applicant about the proposal, but as detailed in section 10 of the report, officers cannot support it. The application site is designated as Greenbelt, and as described in MPPF paragraph 133, the fundamental aim of Greenbelt policy is to prevent urban sprawl by keeping land permanently open. Officers consider that this proposal would represent encroachment due to the proposed design, scale and spread of development, as well as the enclosure and subdivision of land into gardens. The proposal would have a greater impact on openness than the existing former industrial premises, representing inappropriate development with no very special circumstances demonstrated, contrary to Greenbelt policy. Consultees have raised concerns that the submitted information fails to demonstrate that the proposal would not have an adverse impact on highway safety, biodiversity and coal mining legacy. No information has been provided with regard to the site's archaeological interest as a former colliery or with regard to the site being located within a minerals safeguarding area. The application is also not supported by a Section 106 agreement, and as such, matters of affordable housing, public open space, sustainable travel, drainage and biodiversity net gain have not been addressed. Therefore, the proposal has failed to accord with the relevant policies of the local plan and guidance within the MPPF, and as such, officers recommend refusal for the reasons set out in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Sarah. Right, we've one speaker on this, and it's Jay Everett. Right, Jay,
brilliant.
you've got 3 minutes and your time starts now.
Brilliant. Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. The officers have said we've engaged in quite a long pre-application process, but frustratingly, we've met with a bit of a difference of opinion, really, as to what constitutes harm to the Greenbelt. Firstly, this isn't an existing industrial site in the Greenbelt. It's covered with a large mass of what I would call ugly utilitarian sort of commercial buildings and hard standings. Your officers take the view that any new dwellings must be on the exact same footprint as the industrial buildings, and that we've got to ignore the extent of the previously developed land in terms of the hard standings. New dwellings would, of course, have a significantly reduced mass and scale compared to those existing industrial buildings, and by using all of the previously developed land, the existing mass is simply reduced and redistributed onto the brownfield part of the site to ensure that the whole site is visually enhanced. You often think that we've drawn a suburban scheme. We think it's quite the opposite. It's an architect design-led approach to a rural-looking collection of houses of different scales around a traditional courtyard. And we have taken clues from the local vernacular, and we think that those are reflected in the designs that we've submitted. Design is, of course, subjective, but there is no dispute that overall, if those buildings were removed, the site would be visually enhanced compared to what's there now. Turning briefly to highway matters, the reason for refusal is proposed on that. On the one hand, the officers want us to design a rural-looking scale scheme, and on the other, highways want a suburban highway layout. And I know from your debates on the previous applications that's come up before. We envisage a state-style country access road that would minimise visual impact and be in keeping with the Greenbelt. And it's solely for that reason that we've decided to depart from the standard estate highway layout design. Turning to ecology, the site has a low baseline in terms of ecological value, and we propose significant landscape enhancements, which I can think you can probably appreciate, I hope, from the site layout plan that's in front of you. In excess of 50 to 60% of the site would be put into a managed landscape state, but in a way that would complement the Greenbelt and not conflict with it. Our case is that the proposal will have the opposite effect of that envisaged by the officers. It will remove unsightly buildings, reduce the scale and mass of ugly utilitarian structures, and result in a significant environmental and visual enhancements. Members, in contrast to lots of the applications you've seen today, there aren't any substantive objections from members of the public on this scheme. Some of the reasons for refusal could have been easily addressed, we suspect, in terms of Section 106, if we could have progressed that far. But clearly, there's a principal difference between us and the officers in terms of the scale of the development. However, if members feel there is merit in the scheme, then we would, of course, be happy to have further dialogue with the officers on that basis. Thank you very much for listening, and I'll listen with interest to your debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Members? Councillor Granger-Mead.
Thank you, Chair. We have, I believe, in the past rejected similar developments in the rundown farm properties, even though there was an argument for, visual improvement. But I do believe that as a committee, we do need to be consistent in what we're doing. But also based on the number of unaddressed issues highlighted by planning officers and the fact that this is in a Greenbelt area, I personally would not be happy for this development to go ahead. But besides that, I think developments like this would set a precedent for future developments in Greenbelt area further down the road. So I would move to agree with officers' recommendation for refusal, but obviously other members will have their own point of view on this. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Michelle. Councillor Turner.
Right, thanks, Steve. Councillor Granger-Mead made reference. We've actually rejected similar applications to this in the past, and we should reject this one. It's Greenbelt. we went through hell and high water to get a local plan. If we have a local plan, then we stick by the local plan, the good, the bad and the ugly of it. And the good of it is it protects Greenbelt. We all take a lot of stick in our own wards for applications going through, but but they're in the local plan, which went through a very long, drawn-out democratic process. And as I say, if we have a local plan, then we stick to it, and it's in Greenbelt. We will be setting a dangerous precedent, and we should have a consistent approach that it's in Greenbelt, and as we have with other applications of a similar type, reject them. Chair, so I move rejection.
Thanks, Graham. Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Jeff. Just finding the mute button there. Yes, I agree with the previous two speakers. I hear what the applicant's saying about the value in dealing with brownfield land, but that has to be done appropriately. It has to be done sensitively, especially if it's going into Greenbelt land. I think the sheer number and reasons, the sort of quality of the reasons that the officers have brought forward should give us no hesitation to agree with them and refuse this application. So if it hasn't been seconded, I'll second it.
Thanks, John. Councillor Pinnock.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, this is in the Greenbelt. The fact that it's brownfield land, it's got nothing to do with it. It's in the Greenbelt, therefore we should refuse it. Full stop.
Thanks, Andrew. Councillor Scott.
Nothing more to add. I just same as everybody else. So.
Right. It's been moved by Councillor Granger Mead, seconded by Councillor Turner. Mohan.
No, I thought, Chair, you are going to take votes, so I stopped it. It's quite clear. It's not an issue of green belt. It's another issue. If you see by reading on page 1, 2, 3, top paragraph, yeah, the 106 agreement, development failed to provide affordable housing, public open space, landscape maintenance and management, sustainable travel, flood risk, everything he failed to provide. How we can go along with to approve this application? So I agreed to refuse it.
Right. Can we go to the vote now, Mohan? Right.
Go there.
Andrea, and then we'll take vote and move on.
Thanks, Chair. So we move on refusal. Members for or against, please. Councillor Hall.
For refusal.
Councillor Akhtar.
For refusal.
Councillor Goodwin.
For refusal.
Councillor Granger Mead.
Accept officer's recommendation.
Lawson.
For refusal.
Councillor Pinnock.
For refusal.
Scott.
For refusal.
The Sokol.
Refuse.
Councillor Turner.
Refuse.
Refusal. Okay, so all in favour of refusing the application.
Right. Item 14, page 141, and this is Langley Lane, Clayton West.
Thank you, Chair. Full planning permission is sought for the erection of a dwelling and 3 outbuildings, together with works to the access on land to the north of the former Upper Langley Farm, Langley Lane in Clayton West. The application is brought to Heavy Woollen Planning Committee in accordance with the scheme of delegation, as the size of the site is over ½ hectare. To the south, the site is bounded by the railway embankment of the Kirklees Light Railway, which can be seen on those aerial photos. And beyond this, the Pilling Lane residential development scheme is currently under construction, and that can be seen on the 2018 aerial photo to the south of the image. To the north, east and west of the site is agricultural land. A watercourse runs to the north of the site. The red line boundary illustrates the site access from the adopted highway, and this extends through the field to the north and then eastwards along the existing track known as Langley Lane. Public rights of way run around the edges of the site and along the access, and there is a bridge over the watercourse which provides access to the site. The applicant previously occupied Upper Langley Farm, which was located on what is now the residential development site to the south, and that can be seen in the image, the 2012 image, if I just point that out here. It is understood that the applicant tenanted this land prior to development commencing and surrendered his land and farmstead following the grant of planning permission for the residential development scheme. The applicant has since moved onto the application site, which is here and shown in 2018, which remains in his ownership and is currently living in a large caravan on the site. The applicant has also moved many belongings onto this land, which includes vehicles, farm machinery, scrap metal, building materials, containers and stone acquired from the demolition of the farmhouse. As such, the character of the site has changed, as you can see from the change between these two aerial photos. And this is currently subject to enforcement action. Just bear with me a moment. Just get rid of that. Okay. So this is the proposed layout with the dwelling in the top right-hand corner of the site and the 3 outbuildings below and driveway coming through the field. This next slide shows the proposed elevations and floor plans of the dwelling. This would be single storey in nature with 3 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms, an open plan living and dining area and kitchen, home office and boot and utility room. The proposed outbuildings are shown on this slide. As you can see them identified on the site layout to the right hand side as well, all 3 in a row. The proposed works to the access are shown on the next plan, and these would run around 3 metres in width and have a crushed gravel finish. So if I just point that out again, this is the proposed access to the site, which adjoins Langley Lane to the north. So these are some of the photos of the site. So looking across the site, with the left-hand image, you can see the existing caravan that's on the site, and to the right, the tree line marks the embankment with the light railway. Again, this is the access into the field to just show what's actually on the site at the moment, and the right hand image is taken from the eastern part of the site, again looking across, and the existing caravan is over on the right of that image. So the left hand image here shows the current bridge over the existing watercourse, so that is into the site, and the right hand image indicates the existing public right of way, which is also the site of the proposed access, vehicular access. And here we've got further images, with the left hand one being Langley Lane itself, and another image of the land within the control of the applicant. So this slide shows the extent of the applicant's land ownership, and the green hatched area is 4 hectares of owned land. The pink area is 15 hectares of tenanted land, and the area outlined in red is the land surrender for the residential development. The site lies within the green belt on the Kirklees local plan. New dwellings are considered to be inappropriate development. However, agricultural workers' dwellings could represent a very special circumstance, should it be found that there is a clear, essential and permanent need for that worker to live on that site. The proposal has been reviewed by an independent agricultural consultant who has raised concerns about whether there is a genuine agricultural need for the proposed development. A very detailed assessment of this is set out within the committee report, within which officers conclude that the applicant has failed to demonstrate that there is both an essential and permanent need for a new dwelling within the Greenbelt. Concerns are expressed about the number of livestock actually on the site, as well as the number of vulnerable livestock that require a constant on-site presence. Other concerns relate to the security of the remainder of the land, as the applicant owns only 4 hectares and tenants an additional 15. This is very modest in size and has a high proportion of tenanted land, with a large proportion being recently surrendered for the housing development. Concerns about the scale of the proposed dwelling are also raised. If the business was to be sold at a later date, it is considered that the proposed dwelling would not be financially viable for a future occupant who would be relying on the income of this enterprise to pay for it. This could lead to an agricultural occupancy condition being removed, leaving a new dwelling in the Greenbelt that is unrelated to farming activities. Further concerns are also raised about the design of the outbuildings, with them not being typical in appearance of agricultural buildings, which again raises the question of whether or not they have been designed with agricultural purposes in mind. All of the material considerations are assessed within the report and concluded to be acceptable, subject to various conditions. During the 2 periods of publicity, there have been 14 representations received in objection to the scheme, which are summarised within the report. And Councillor Turner has also raised concerns. To summarise then, the application would represent inappropriate development within the Greenbelt, for which no very special circumstances have been demonstrated. As such, the application is recommended for refusal. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Sarah. Right, we've 2 speakers on this. First one is Alan Powell.
Thank you.
Great, Alan, you've got 3 minutes and it starts now.
Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Alan Powell, Director of Den Architecture Agency's application. We welcome the opportunity for you as a planning committee to consider and determine the application yourselves. There is a clear and emotional and principal angle to this application, which I would hope you all understand, and I hope you will inform the decision accordingly. We have also welcomed support afforded by the applicant's local councillors, who we spoke to during the course of the application process. It's important to use this platform to reinforce the historical context of this application and to outline why we feel it is the council's responsibility to readdress the predicament Mr Tippler and his family are in as a direct result of decisions previously taken. The only reason application has been needed to be made is a direct result of the council's decision to first allocate the land on which Mr Tippler's farmhouse sat, and then to support the subsequent residential plan application. This resulted in Mr Tippler and his family being to vacate the farmhouse that they and family before them have operated the family business for over 100 years. Fundamentally, all this application is seeking is a replacement farmhouse for the one that was taken away from them through no fault of their own. It's been inferred that he should have sought alternative existing accommodation elsewhere, even one of the new houses being built. Through appropriate searches, it simply does not exist within the required geographical requirements of running the farm and the specific need to be within sight and sound of the enterprise. With all the technical requirements being satisfied, the LPA's decision not to support this application is solely on the conclusions of the council, which was include the site visit no more than 30 minutes and did not involve boarding the farm. You will no doubt have noted that the paragraph 10.6 of the paragraph report, the Council Agricultural Survey concluded the whole holding is, and I quote, barely more than a one-man unit. This confirms our own evidence that there is a genuine need to live at the holding, so the conclusion by officers not to support the application is somewhat perplexing. We know that the Agricultural Survey's conclusions are included within the officer report, and we hope that's part and parcel of your process of assessing this application that you've seen cited both the applicant's responses to these conclusions and the planning statement. Taking to one side that, as advised, this is simply a replacement agricultural dwelling application. The LPA have made much of the 2 important tests required to justify the requirements of agricultural dwelling, these being agricultural need and financial viability. Both are covered in detail in the referred to planning statements. In brief, there remains the same genuine need to live on the holding in connection with Mr Tippler's long-established beef enterprise, so someone is available night and day to ensure essential supervision and proper care of livestock. One very important point to note is that, as outlined in the LPA's report, the applicant owns 4 hectares of farmland with a further 15 hectares
on agricultural tenancy. Much has been made of the fact that should the tenancy of land fall away, farming business becomes unviable. The tenancy is secured under the Secure Agricultural Holding Act tenancy, enabling the farming of the land in perpetuity. Therefore, the farming business is secure going forward. There have been comments made regarding the size of the dwelling and design of the outbuildings. Just finishing now. The fundamental point here is the principle of development. And if you're minded to approve, and if deemed required, clear designs can be deferred back to officers' review and agreement. To conclude, Mr. Tippler did not have to be here today to ask you to make a decision on his livelihood and family's farming future going forward. I therefore ask you to see this application and what it is. Replace agricultural dwellings to replace what was taken away from him, so to enable him, with peace of mind, to continue farming the land which he and his family before him have done so for over 100 years. Thank you for your time. I will now hand you over to Mr. Tippler.
Thank you.
Replace agricultural dwellings to replace what was taken away from him, so to enable him.
Right, you've got 3 minutes to speak, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Right. Thank you for discussing my application today and my family. I live in a farmhouse at Langley Farm for over 172 years and continue to farm the remaining land. The former farmhouse and land was rented at Savile Estate. I was informed that I had been allowed to, or housing, as you know, now occupied by approximately 290 houses. I understand that this house, the housing target set by Kirklees as part of my tenancy agreement. I provided rights to erect a dwelling on all the parts of the farm. However, I have committed a planning application which has been an experience. I have been suggested that I live off-site and travel to the farm each day, looking after cattle and land and assets at the farm. This would not work. It would not be safe or practical, and I would still require building running water, electric and toilet facilities on site. I would be spending every day there. In the evening, eventually, the officers are saying I cannot sleep there. I'm a cattle farmer, using land I have available to me to make a living. I need to live on site 24 hours a day for cattle. They require feeding, inspecting every single day. All animals are vulnerable to disease and injury, and they must be picked up instantly, or the animal will suffer.
You wrap up, please. You've had 3 minutes.
Pardon?
You've had your 3 minutes.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Bye.
All right.
Right. Graham?
Thank you, Chair. This is an application we've all heard in the Greenbelt. We all know the requirements for Greenbelt. We have to demonstrate special circumstances. I don't think this demonstrates special circumstances. As you will probably be very well aware that I know this site like the back of my hand, and I see no reason why we should approve this. As I say, it needs to demonstrate special circumstances. That hasn't been demonstrated. We employed an agricultural consultant who, as you will have read in the report, recommends refusal. The grounds that you need to be close to animals, I'm afraid, doesn't wash with me. Many farmers live miles away from their animals. They don't always live on site. These are grazing stock. So I don't think we've seen special circumstances demonstrated, and I will move refusal.
Thanks, Graham. Councillor Pinnock.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I visited the site, and there are all sorts of things wrong with this application, it seems to me. And whilst clearly the applicant has got a problem in that his farm has been removed, as it were. But leaving that aside, we've got a site that is in a very, very remote location with no public roads moving to it. In order to get to the site, I drove along Langley Lane, and Councillor Lawson did as well, which is a horrible road. The photo that's in the pack doesn't do it justice. Actually, it's a lot worse than that. Added to which, the track across the field, there's 2 arable fields there that this track goes across, is just a footpath, and we're talking about that as the access. And where it joins Langley Lane, the angle is the wrong way. If you want to get out, in other words, turn right, you've got a very sharp bend to negotiate. So, and what's more, sorry, the bridge over the stream has a notice by it saying this bridge is unsafe for heavy vehicles, or for even for vehicles of any kind. I will be quite willing to second this, because I think that if the case is proved, then a better access is needed. Now, whether that's possible, I have no idea. Perhaps Graham Turner can tell me that. But as things stand and what they've applied for, I'm afraid I can't support it.
Thanks, Andrew. Councillor Scott.
Yeah, one of the questions I've asked, and no doubt they'll come back, and Graham will probably tell us, it was going to be about access. I do want it noted that I do understand about the family being on that farm, working farm, and about supporting businesses and things like that. But this doesn't sit well at all, and that's a worrying thing. I understand where it's a working farm. There might be grazing stock, but Graham, you also have cattle that breed and that requires a farmer there as well. So that's the only bit that got me in contention. Does it require somebody there? I don't know what cattle he has there or what kind of livestock. You can just say grazing stock, but I think there's more to this. So at the moment, I can't support the application unless there's other circumstances that could be demonstrated. So.
Right. Sarah, do you want to come back on anything as to, is there any real reason why the farmer should live on site or not? I think it's covered pretty much well in the reports, but
yes. Thank you, Chair. I was just going to say it is all set out there in the report, really, with regard to the information that's been submitted by the applicant. It has been assessed by an independent agricultural consultant, and yeah, officers consider that what's been provided doesn't justify that there isn't an essential and permanent need there. Thank you, Chair.
Right. Thanks, Sarah. Any more? It has been moved and it has been seconded. moved by Councillor Turner, seconded by Councillor Pinnock. So I'll hand over to Andrea, and the officer's recommendation is refuse. Andrea.
Members, yeah. So it's for refuse, for or against, please. Councillor Hall.
For.
Councillor Akhtar.
Refuse.
For refusal, yeah. Councillor Goodwin.
Yep, for refuse.
Councillor Granger-Mead.
For.
For refusal, yeah. Councillor Lawson.
For.
Councillor Pinnock.
For.
Scott.
For.
Councillor Sockel.
For.
Councillor Turner.
Refuse.
For refusal. Okay, that's unanimous refuse then. Thank you.
Right, colleagues, we are finally on agenda item 15, page 159, and this is Bradford Road, Batley.
Thank you, Chair. So this application seeks permission for the erection of a car showroom, an MOT testing station on land at 750 Bradford Road, Batley. The site can be seen on the aerial photo here. The applicant has appealed on the grounds of non-determination. As such, the council is required to inform the planning inspectorate of what their decision would have been should they have been allowed to progress the determination of the application. So that's just important for members to note. The application is brought to committee at the request of Councillor Gwen Lowe. The application site comprises an L-shaped parcel of land located to the northeast of Bradford Road and previously contained a car showroom with vehicle repair centre and 2 cottages. The site was subsequently cleared and used for car sales, however more recently has become the subject of enforcement action as work has commenced in relation to the current application without planning permission. The proposed MOT testing station will be located on the northwestern part of the site, whilst the car showroom and office would be located on the opposite side of the access road to the south of residential properties on Wensleydale Parade. Just bring up this image might be better. So we've got the MOT testing station here and the car showroom and office element here. And then in addition, a car display area on 2 levels would comprise the northeastern part of the site, and a retaining wall would be required to facilitate this. So this is at this side of the site. So as you can see, you've got the lower level there, the retaining wall, and the upper level. 15 representations have been received in relation to the application, and the concerns raised primarily relate to the impact of the development on residential amenity, highway safety, and these are addressed in the report. The site is unallocated on the Kirklees local plan, and due to the mixed character of the area, comprising both residential, commercial and industrial uses, the principle of development is considered to be acceptable. Notwithstanding this, officers have concerns regarding the impact of the development on visual amenity and the character of the street scene due to the engineering operations required to facilitate the raised car display area, in addition to the extent of hard landscaping proposed, as the full extent of the site would be tarmacked. Paragraph 130 of the NPPF advises that permission should be refused for development of poor design that fails to take the opportunities available for improving the character and quality of an area and the way it functions, which officers consider is the case with this proposal. The development is considered to have no significant detrimental impact upon residential amenity, and environmental services raise no objections subject to the imposition of conditions relating to artificial lighting and hours of use. With respect to highway safety, a number of concerns were initially raised by highway officers in relation to access and parking provision for the 22 residential properties on Wensleydale Parade, which are over to the left of the image. In addition to visibility and servicing arrangements, through the course of the application, further information has been submitted to address those concerns, and the development is considered acceptable from a highways perspective. All other matters are considered to be acceptable and are addressed in the report. So to conclude, officers consider the proposed development to be harmful to visual amenity and the character of the street scene due to the extensive engineering operations and hard landscaping that would be required. And officers would be recommending refusal of the application as set out in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Sarah. One speaker, Councillor Gwynlow.
Thank you again, Chair, for allowing me to bring this before the heavy Woollen Planning Committee. And can I just add what an excellent meeting it has been this afternoon. I have sat here, listened and watched, and well done to everyone.
Oh, thank you.
You can butter us up. You can butter us up, Gwen.
I do miss sitting on planning committee, I have to tell you. I really, really do.
Hint, hint, hint. Sorry.
Regarding this planning application before you, I have only got one word to say about it, and that is no. I've been approached by several objectors and have also paid several safe site visits myself. And objectors have kindly kept me updated on a regular basis, because there's been several occasions when the developer has actually, before any planning permission has been granted, been working on site, erecting fencing, felling trees, excavators on site at 8 o'clock on Sunday mornings. They've cleared tons of soil and they've been building walls. I believe that the actual principle of this development is wrong. It's like squashing a rather large turnip into a matchbox. Bradford Road itself doesn't need yet another car showroom MOT testing site, as there's already a glut of them along here. I did request a site visit, but obviously due to the present health crisis, I appreciate that it couldn't happen. But the committee would have seen and got a real feeling of the problems this development would generate. I know the committee will already have thoroughly read the report and the abundance of reasons not to support these plans, including potential impact on residential amenity, the result of displacement of parking for residents who will have to park on Bradford Road, which is already a manically busy road. Because of the 22 properties, there's only leaving around about 5 parking spaces. And the development is already too close to the junction and will result in highway safety issues. There's also another car showroom at MOT testing centre within 200 yards of this site. The development would result in the obstruction of the right-of-way for properties onto Wensleydale Parade. Concerns, of course, about emergency vehicles being able to access the 22 properties. And there will be problems with privacy for residents with this development, and also the resulting noise nuisance that it will cause. It's noted that over the years, there's been several applications on this particular site for residential development, but for whatever reason, none of the approvals were ever implemented. And objectors feel that this is a shame, as more housing is needed and would be more respectful of the residents of Wensleydale Parade. In particular, as residents feel that they are really being ignored by the developer. And earlier this year, we did ask the developer if he would meet us on site to help address some of the issues raised by residents, but he didn't turn up. For the proposed development here, it would just engulf and have a massive detrimental impact on those living in Wensleydale Parade. It will have an adverse impact on residential amenity. It's totally overbearing, over-intensification, major highways issue safety. And as Councillor Granger Mead said earlier on another planning application, please don't put misery on these local residents. And I ask the committee to fully refuse this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Gwen. Right. Members, it's over to you. And first up, it's Councillor Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm supporting the officer's recommendation. I'm a little bit concerned as well that there was an advertisement on the fence that next car's coming. Obviously dug out. You know my feelings on retrospective, that is definitely. I'm hoping that there is, I think there was mention of enforcement. I think we need to get there and stop everything that is going on. Bit sad. I fully know the area where Gwen is actually talked about. I'm not going to add any more to what Councillor Lowe says. I think she's put it absolutely in a nutshell. I'm happy to move the officer's recommendation to refuse this application.
Thanks, Cathy. I know that officers have been out and put a stop order on it, obviously with what they were doing. And I think one thing that also galls me is in 1.1, the applicant has appealed on the grounds of non-determination. So obviously they seem to think that they can just go out, chop trees down, dig a load of muck out, start building walls, and everything will go away. Well, no. Councillor Turner.
It's difficult to add anything to what's already been said. Everybody's said pretty much why we should refuse it, and Kathy knows I'm with her on this. Retrospective applications really annoy me, and this one really annoys me. That apart, it's too close to existing buildings for a workshop. There is one just up the road, and we all know, we've all dealt with them, where we build houses and then we build a business, or a business is there, we build houses, whichever way around it happens, we get a load of grief then. So for that reason as well, we should refuse this, and I'll support Kathy, and I'll second it.
Thanks, Graham. Councillor Goodwin.
Thank you, Chair. Just to put a slightly different angle on this, I mean, I do know this road very well. It's very close to where I used to live. I've moved in the last few months, but I do know this road very well. The majority of this road is largely commercial, business. For me, having driven past this site many times and looked at it, my instinct on that site was it not necessarily suitable for residential. Purely because it's on a busy road in an industrial area, pretty much. I mean, if you purely sort of look at it in terms of what businesses are along that road, mostly it is industrial, it's commercial, it's businesses, car garages that you can see around the place, which is kind of leaving me to the conclusion that probably one of the reasons why residential development has not taken place there is probably because developers have looked at it and concluded that the price they get for the properties on there wouldn't be sufficient to justify the residential development. So my sort of instinct is that it's probably more suited to commercial than residential. That said, this particular application, I think, has been very badly handled and submitted by the applicant. And I think the point that's been made already about, how works is commenced without approval is obviously, not to be sort of encouraged and should be actively discouraged. And I don't think that we should seek to approve this, considering that the number of sort of concerns that exist around this site and this proposal. So although I'm not necessarily opposed to the concept of a business similar to this being put on this site, I think this particular proposal has an awful lot of questions around it. I don't think they've worked to accommodate the local residents in this location. And I think there's a lot of questions to be asked about the way they've sort of commenced and started work without getting the proper approvals. So I think at this stage, I'll probably be inclined to refuse it. Although I have to say, I'm not necessarily opposed to the concept of a similar business being put on that site. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Where are we? Councillor Pinnock.
Thanks, Chair. It's a bit ironic, actually. There used to be a garage on this site, and amongst other things, and we're now seeking to refuse something to do with cars. But anyway, I totally agree with what previous speakers have said, and I take on board what Councillor Goodwin said. It is perhaps a little bit difficult to know what to do with this site, but we have to deal with what's in front of us, and we need to deal with that by approving the refusal, which officers will send to the planning inspectorate, saying we would have refused this had we dealt with it, as it were. Thank you.
Right, sensible. But I can remember it when it was a proper little petrol station in 1960s.
Oh,
I think that the most amount of cars it could handle at that point in time were 3. They've had loads of chance over years for developments, 24 units in 2005. Another 17 in 06, 20 in 08, so there's all that there. So it has been moved and it's been seconded to accept officer's recommendation to refuse it, so we'll go to a vote. Andrea.
Thanks, Chair. So voting on refusal, for or against, please. Councillor Hall.
For.
Councillor Akhtar.
For.
Councillor Goodwin.
For.
Councillor Benjamin.
For.
Councillor Lawson.
For.
Councillor Pinnock.
For.
Councillor Scott,
For.
Councillor Sokol, and Councillor Turner.
For.
So that's unanimous refusal.
Right, colleagues, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And I'll see you again probably in about 6 weeks' time. Then we can do it all over again.
Can't wait, Steve.
Yeah,
I hope you've got your shirty washed by then.
Yeah.
I hope we don't have the same applications.
Oh, no. Well done, everybody.
Yeah.